It's live? It's live? Goodness gracious, it's live? Guys, good to see you. Welcome on what will be a interesting dive into the world of crossplay off Warzone. I know, right? Very strange. And if you've ever wondered how hard skill-based matchmaking is working, this first lobby, which we're loading into right now, took quite some time to let me get into. For no other reason but a COD pretty much saying, right, lad, get in the skill-based matchmaking bucket. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. We are live with crossplay off Warzone, PlayStation 5. I actually haven't played the PS5 version of Warzone in quite some time. So this should be an experience. It's been a hot minute. See, look, there are 120 people in this lobby. Why does my FOV feel zoomed in? Ain't no way! This is definitely crossplay off. As far as I'm aware. Oh, wait, no, it's turned it back on. Oop. Out we go. Oop. I wonder if it... Do you know, I did turn that back off, so maybe it tried to turn it on itself. That's interesting. Do you reckon it tries to turn itself on when it thinks it can't find a lobby? Because that would actually explain a lot. I'm pretty sure I'm 115. Dreamed about ranked crossplay off. Well, it's curious because allegedly you have to have it on. Allegedly. Allegedly you have to have crossplay on to play ranked. I get back from work and I'm on the phase tryouts. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't shock me. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Crossplay off would take ages to get a lobby. I'm okay with that, dude. Honestly, so long as every lobby I play in today is clean, could not give a toss. Like, as long as I play in lobbies today where I don't have to think about getting hacked on by somebody across the universe. I mean, put it this way. Crossplay was on for 0.5 of a second there. We loaded into our first game and there were instantly cheat advertisements in text chat. I posted my clip of, like, the cheaters in you know, in... What's the word I'm looking for? In the Call of Duty Discord the other day with, like, all the other creators, and, like, I think COD just know at this point. They know it's kind of chalked, innit? Yes, we're on the Bab Station 5, I believe. For what it's worth, you know, when I loaded in there, it looked a little bit better than it previously has. But hey, if it takes a while, it takes a while. Like I say, so long as I get to play in a lobby where I'm not being hacked on every 30 seconds, I will have a lovely, lovely time. I will enjoy my cross-play off session, and it will be a lovely, lovely day. Speaking of which, today is allegedly my Twitch partner anniversary, which is interesting. So, it's my Twitch partner anniversary. I'm actually not sure when my YouTube channel was made. I should probably know that. When was my first ever video? Let's have a look, shall we? September 1st, 2013. Wait, no. Wow, yeah, damn. Been a while. Was I in London a couple of weeks ago? I live in London, so I'm around. This puts you with just PlayStation 5 players, and this is a regular PS5. Jolly, thank you very much for the 9 months. I appreciate you. The Bab Station 5, courtesy of the War Daddy. Can you do this on Xbox? It's only viable on PlayStation. I don't think you can do it on Xbox anymore. I think they changed that recently. Philip, thank you very much for the 1 month Prime. I appreciate you. Well, sorry, the 1 month streak. 6 months with the Prime on Twitch. I appreciate you. What time is it there? It's still early morning, so we'll see what happens. Listen, I'm a TFL enjoyer, Byron. You probably did. You probably did. Not by choice, I might add. It's just because driving in London is horrific. YouTube channel info says it was created on the 28th of August, 2013. Bloody hell. Is there anything they can realistically do about cheaters? I really don't know, dude. Like, I honestly think I think they've kind of reached a point now with Warzone where it's the point of no return. I don't think I've seen it as bad as it is right now than since Verdansk. Which is pretty insane. You know, like it's reached a pretty critical point, I would say. Jay Foggy, thanks for the follow. Best audio settings for console? I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. I haven't really played around with it. I'm just going to run Treyarch Mix and see how it goes. I'm just using a regular PlayStation 5. I personally don't really see the point of the PS5 Pro, if I'm being entirely honest. What's the minimum lobby size for it to load into a pregame? I'm not actually sure. I've had lobbies as low as 80 before, so I'll say that much. I personally believe you're probably seeing there probably are plenty of people playing crossplay off across Europe with PlayStation 5s. I reckon what you're probably watching right now is just SBMM refusing to give up. And it will probably do this for a little while. It will probably refuse to give up for quite some time. I wouldn't be surprised if the matchmaking protocol was like 5 minutes, maybe even worse at this point. Like it wouldn't shock me. I'm gonna let this one run out, and if it doesn't, we'll go into resurgence of some demeanor. Most casuals have given up and played another game by now. It's a shame, really. It's just been bad. Like, it's just been quite bad. Like, I genuinely don't know at this point what they can do about it. Like, that's the big thing for me. Like, it feels to me, unless they were to release an entirely new anti-cheat, they've got no chance. And that's me being entirely honest. They're getting ran through. Like, they really are. They're getting utterly ran through. How do you deactivate crossplay? You simply go into account network and then crossplay and turn it off. Only on PlayStation 5, though. This only works on PlayStation 5. To restart the game after turning crossplay off. That was an issue with Modern Warfare 3 matchmaking. I don't think I did, but in my experience, every time you restart the game, it turns it back on. So that'll give you an indication of what that's looking like. I'll probably matchmake Resurgence quickly. We'll try Resurgence. We'll try Area 99. We'll see what happens. It will get better. It will get better. Like, as the day goes on and as the things get busier, it will get better. Let's do a little Q&A. Why not? Do a little Q&A. Ask a question, guys. Ask any question. There's a whole YouTube feature for this. It's amazing. Oh god, we've got 132 viewers on Twitch. That seems to have happened quite suddenly. Goodness gracious. You got in to a big map or to a Resurgence one? Because if it's big map, I'll quickly search right now. Any questions, you mad? We'll see. Oh, Resurgence. Which Resurgence SC guitars? Solo Area 99 or what? Or just Resurgence quads? Or Rebirth? I mean, there's a lot of things to clarify. Resurgence quads in Area 99. Let's try that. See how it goes. Let's have a look at the old Q&A, guys. Good to see you all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Questions. Let's see. What is the hardest part of being a streamer and content creator? I mean, self-employment's generally quite difficult. Like, self-employment generally is quite difficult. I think for anybody who's self-employed, you'll probably agree with what I'm saying right now. You don't really get days off if you're self-employed. Like, you kind of just sort of have to get on with it. So that's always been a big thing. Also, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, when you know, everything's on you. You know, unless you're hiring people, you are your own planner, your own email answerer, your own accountant, wherever it so happens to be. Obviously, I do have people for that at some point. Like I do have an agent, for example, who does all my brand deals. But stuff like that is quite difficult. So it's less of a general question, I'd say. Like, just generally, you know, being self-employed is challenging. So that'd probably be my answer. Do you think they actually care? They have infinite funds and seem more interested in skins. I do think they obviously care. I do think they obviously care. I would be remiss to say that the developers of Warzone don't care about their anti-cheat. I think the big thing for me, and this is just me being honest, is that the cheating industry is a highly profitable industry. A highly, highly profitable industry. And people don't realize that. The cheating industry, like, generally speaking, is probably $1 billion industry, I would say, give or take. So, like, anything that COD is doing, they'll try and do as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, they will try and counter it. It's a lot more challenging than it looks. Will you move on from COD and switch to Battlefield if the next game is actually polished? Probably. Yeah. If I'm being entirely honest, if the next Battlefield game is a good Battlefield game, I will not be playing Warzone. That's just me being real. If the next Battlefield game is a good Battlefield game and it comes with a decent BR, I will 100% sack it off. Like, I don't think I'd play Warzone again. Like, that, I'm fairly confident of that. That's just my general feel. What was your day job before self-employment? I did a couple of things, actually. When I was at uni, I worked in a school. which I thought was quite funny because kids these days, they don't care, bro. So I worked in a school for a while. That was interesting. I did that. So I basically had a choice: is like work in a school and get paid cash, or do this part of your course. And I'm like, I think I'll do the part that gets me paid. And I'll never forget. I asked somebody. I was talking about higher education, university, sixth form, and I walked up to one of the students, and we were sitting down having a chat about like what his general plans were. We got into a lobby, chef's kiss. I was like, oh, so what are your plans after school? Like, you know, are you gonna go to sixth form, uni? And his exact answer was, I'm gonna go home, have a wank, and play some FIFA. And to this day, I still think about that answer because I think I just, you know, I mean, how can you not? You know? Jeez, that's funny. What was the first COD I played seriously? The first COD I played seriously was probably COD 4. Like the original COD 4 was probably like the COD I remember playing the most. I'll leave the Q&A rolling, guys, just because why not? I'll answer some more questions when we're outside of the matchmaking loop. But hey, look. It's crossplay off Area 99. Woo! Man, they've still got that blurring on console that's just like... It's just a little blurry. Do you know what I mean? Statics, thank you very much for the 4 months. Go back to your Battlefield roots. When will you finish Stalker 2? I'm going to keep playing Stalker 2 on weekends for sure. This is a PlayStation early. I saw that meme, PA. Yeah, I saw it. It's a PlayStation only lobby. It's just like a blur. I don't know how to describe it. I think it's because they're using certain graphic settings and you can't really change any of them. Like, the only thing you can do is crank fidelity cast to maximum and hope for the best on that front. Oh, look, somebody wrote in chat hello. That's cute. Visibility is definitely lower on console. I mean, it's not terrible. Oh god, I've got automatic parachuting on. How many of my settings do you reckon are chalked? Get that bloody parachute setting off right now. Right now. Off. Off. What was the other one? Sprint, cancel, reload? Where is it? 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 There's one that's like sprint, cancels, reload. Guys, where is sprint, cancels, reload? Is it in combat advanced? Hostile UAV in the area. Ah, there we go. Sprint, cancels, reload off. Thank you very much. My FOV feels like it's zoomed in, even though it's set to the correct value, so that's interesting.
Contract complete. Good work, soldier. They've got a tank turret online.
I've dropped them cash. Come on, boys. Get the bloody weapons. This doesn't strike me as a team that's all that interested in getting a loadout. got people on me.
You have reinforcements inbound. Remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
My FOV definitely is set to the correct setting. I think maybe the wide setting on gun models isn't working. That would be my guess.
Your squad mates are redeployed. Well done. We've located the rest of them.
Damn. Got sniped.
Bounty targets are KIA. Well done.
115. Oh, that's why. Wait, no. Like, it definitely is set to wide. It just doesn't look like it's applied.
Returning you to the front.
So,
Earn this.
is what is.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
This lobby is quite chill. Yeah. He says getting beamed out of the sky.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV.
Fast. Just got pissed on. I need to get used to, like, playing with a small amount of input delay, and it's probably going to take me about a game. Chill guy lobby. Jeff's on holiday. I think he's in Berlin. Look at these guys playing together. That is a crazy optic. What in the world is that? That is a wild optic.
Go get after it.
Why crossplay off? Just the amount of cheaters right now playing Warzone.
In your AO. Handle them.
Oh, my entire UI lagged trying to pick up that Lodi. That's not good. We've also got a team camping our Lodi, which is kind of jarring. Goodness gracious. I might just have to land on these guys and chalk the Lodi for now. Fortnite Battle Pass.
Go get your revenge.
I'm just gonna land on these guys for the time being, get some guns.
Mates are in the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Got a PP-19, I can work with that. An out of ammo AK as well, which is more than a little bit challenging. This game plays so differently when you're just in console-only lobbies. I don't think anybody here particularly fancies a fight right now, if I'm being honest.
Excellent work. Contract failed.
Goodness gracious.
Squad mate left the AO. Will reduce your redeployment.
Didn't hear him at all, by the way. Maybe I need to go back to headphone mix as well.
Good kill. Marking the rest
Okay.
of that squad on your tac.
That actually did feel louder.
Hunting. Enemy SAM turret active.
Wired controllers on PlayStation actually give you a lower polling rate, which is a bit interesting. Nick, thank you for the channel, Tactician. It's going to take me a game or two to get used to it. I'm playing, like, substantially lower FPS with substantially more input lag, so it's going to take a little while to get used. And also, people play very differently. I mean, These guys are what, like, yeah, all 4 of them just sitting in a stairwell together. So it's gonna take us a little while. Nick, thank you very much for the chat, Tactician. I appreciate you, buddy. This is a custom aim controller. Goodness gracious, these guys really do play the game just... It's a different world. I think I need to get it into my head that every push I make on a team is gonna look like this.
You're redeploying. Outside the safe zone.
There's people in my building. You know what the interesting thing is? Even though this is 120 FPS, it certainly does not feel like it.
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
God, picking up his guns has lagged me like crazy there.
Marking the rest of that square on your tac map. Get hunted. Be advised, resurgence is no longer active. This is for teams. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Supply crates have been restocked.
It's definitely 120 hertz. No, it's like it's outputting 120 hertz to my capture card. It's just that it's obviously not maintaining 120 frames. It's maintaining probably something closer to like 70 at best. Not with VRR, no. It's a whole different game, boys. BK, good to see you, Mateo. Hope you're doing well. It's guy on my roof for sure.
Five squads still operational.
Bro, how many times does it drop that sniper for me? Bro, what is this bug? What? It won't let me pick up.
UAV in the area.
What's going on?
Get your squad to the safe zone.
What is that?
No one behind.
Yeah, capture cards don't play nice with VRR, which is why none of us really use it.
Three squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
Takes more than that to finish me.
Oh, goodness gracious. Just warming up, just warming up. Don't mind me.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Last chance. Finish the job. Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you.
Oh my gosh. I've never seen people wait out a storm like that for a while. If they were smart, they'd hit the buyback. Unlucky. GG's. GG's.
Valiant effort. Keep your head up and return.
Is G-Sync still a thing? G-Sync's definitely still a thing, yeah. Yeah, the I don't think any of them realized that the buy station was in for that long, which is kind of why I went for the push. But it is what it is. Take a second place, 16 elims. I mean, it's our first game on, like, console. So, I'm not upset about it. Can you play keyboard and mouse on console? I'm not entirely sure. Whilst we matchmake, let's continue with the bloody Q&A, shall we? Get a like on the stream. Let's have a look. Let's go through. Oh, gosh. That's a lot of questions. We're gonna have some Delta Force streams with the boys soon. Yes, on the 5th of December when it releases, Delta Force with the boys is a thing. Thank you for the partner anniversaries, Bluggy and Multi. Guys, if you're unfamiliar, by the way, today is my partner anniversary over on Twitch since they gave me Twitch partner for reasons. So if you would like to support the channel, drop a bloody prime over on Twitch. Even if you're on YouTube, go steal some money from Amazon. Why? Because they're an evil mega corporation. All right. Anywho, best 4-man squad for Warzone. If we're talking about just pure raw skill, why does that look like it's re-enabled crossplay? Is it re-enabling crossplay every single time? It is re-enabling crossplay every single game. It really doesn't want you to play with crossplay off. That is fascinating. That is very fascinating. If we're talking about just pure raw skill, I'd probably go me, Jaff, probably Shay and PT, I think. Just off of pure raw 4-man gunnery, I'd probably go for those 4. Obviously, it's more than just gunnery. It's fascinating that it tries to turn off crossplay over and over again. MXJ, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate you. If you were to completely move away from what you were currently doing, FPS extraction games, what genre of games would you move to? I think if I didn't do FPS content, I don't think I'd do video game content at all, to be honest with you. I think I'd very much go into football content. 100%. Like I would 100% just like bail it off, go into like something else I'd like to talk about. I've always said I reckon if I retired from YouTube, I'd like to pursue some sort of career in sports commentary. Which could be fun. Which could be fun. But we'll have to wait and see. It's really interesting that they try to re-enable crossplay with every single matchmaking thing. Like that's really wild. Why is it so different on console? I mean, obviously crossplay off massively affects the overall SPMM pool, but the biggest thing is just people play differently. People massively play differently. Like they you know, they really do play differently. Like I think it's just a cultural thing, to be honest with you. Reset app with crossplay off and it will stay off. I'm going to take your word for it, but I reckon they'll turn it back on. I reckon they're going to try and turn it back on every single time. I don't have Black Ops 6 on PlayStation, so... Okay, it's off there. It's off there. We'll give it a try. We'll see what happens. Will it have stayed off this time? It has for now. Okay. Hopefully it's just a bug then. Hopefully it isn't Activision trying to be a weird dons. Thank you very much, Rawform. I appreciate you. Right. Let's have a look. We've got some more questions. The aim controller does come with Hall effects if you buy them, Visions. I'll answer that one quickly. How did you get used to claw on controller? I've tried but can never get used to it. Honestly, dude, it's just natural to me. Like I've never thought about playing claw. Honestly, I've never thought about playing claw. Do you think more sweats turn off crossplay because casuals don't look properly at settings, or is that a bad take? It definitely probably is more engaged players turning off crossplay, Freddy, but I honestly think the cheating conversation has become so enveloped in Call of Duty that even casuals are probably turning off crossplay now, which is why I think they're so against it. What do you like to do other than gaming and streaming? At the moment, I do a lot of stuff, dude. Like I coach an American football team in the UK. I coach them on defense, sort of defensive. Well, not a full defensive coordinator because YouTube as a job is very demanding, but effectively assistant DC at this point. It's great. I really enjoy it, man. I love playing sports. I love doing rugby. I love playing American football. Coaching, it's a lot of fun too, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's a lot of fun just because, like, for me personally, it kind of scratches the same itch in my brain as first-person shooters. And I know that sounds really stupid, but it is just really competitive. Like, we recently had a game where, like, I managed to read the other team's offensive coordinator like a book. I coached the Brunel Burners summer. We recently had a game. We had a couple of games actually where we've just read the other team's offensive coordinator really, really well. And like, I think we've conceded. We've played 3 games now, and we've conceded 2 touchdowns as a defense in 3 games, which is pretty impressive. Segment for now. Let's go it again.
Stay alive to keep the squad in the fight.
We did play Hearts recently, yeah, we did. We beat them. Beat them quite convincingly, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I know quite a few guys are cheaters, man. It does take up a lot of time, which is why I've not been able to like fully say, yep, I'll definitely be like your overall defensive coordinator. It's just coaching is quite demanding in that respect. And obviously I have a very demanding job. YouTube is one of those weird jobs where like YouTube's one of those weird jobs where, like, one week everything's chill, and then the next week they're like, hey, can you get on this plane to go to this country to do this thing? And it's like, all right, sweet. It's kicking off around here, boys. YouTube is surprisingly demanding as a job. There are a lot of American football leagues in the UK. There is, yeah. It's really, really popular sport at this point. There's a full university division for it across 3 or 4 different flights now. Oh no, teammate, save me. Now you've got me curious, what defensive schemes do you run? Without getting too much into it, obviously, for obvious reasons, it's a very hybrid one. I'd describe it as a hybrid front. It's a 3 front, but it isn't a 3 front. That's the only way I'd describe it. Don't want to give away the tricks of the book, you know what I mean? Bro, can we all, as a chat, for those of you who are obviously uninterested in regular Premier League football, can we talk about the fact that Pep Guardiola very clearly had a scrap with one of his players last night? Yeah, most teams tend to run like a conventional 4-2. A lot of teams you face tend to be quite run heavy, and they think a 4-2 is the way to deal with that. I don't necessarily agree with that assessment. I think a 4-2 is actually more conceptually weaker to things like inside run, but... Mate, honestly, it was so funny. Like, I don't know what's going on at Man City, but Pep Guardiola genuinely had a fight with one of his players. And then tried to be like, yeah, bro, I was just scratching my face. I was like, no, you haven't, bro. You definitely threw a bang in the locker room, bro. You definitely had a scrap with KDB or something.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Deserter left your squad. We'll redeploy you faster to make up for it. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I was prepared for what that was going to look like. You actually think hands were thrown? 100%, bro. Pep Guardiola looks like the kind of manager who would definitely beef his own players. Oh. Can't hear all of you, there's too many. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll be able to find a big map solos on this. Thank you for joining me, by the way, folks. Appreciate you all coming out. 871 of you in the house on YouTube, another 300 of you on Twitch. Wherever you happen to be, guys, drop a bloody follow, drop a like, give us a hello, tell us how you're doing. This might be a controversial take. I agree with Rodri getting the Ballon d'Or, but if Rodri has a Ballon d'Or, N'Golo Kante should have had a Ballon d'Or. And that's not even me being a deluded Chelsea fan. Sniping on console is going to be an experience. Goodness gracious. Arteta did some voodoo. Oh dear. Yeah, the audio for footsteps still obviously isn't particularly great, or at least not on Area 99 it isn't. Kante should have won it the season we won the Champions League. Like when you have your Champions League competitors tweeting shit like, "Hey, maybe we'll win a game." When Kante stops being world class, like you know you got him in a headlock, bro. Ooh, we've got one alive. Stay alive! Stay alive, Mr. Bab! I bet these guys are just sitting on the loadout drop. Oh gosh. Input delay is terrible! I really need to get him used to this. Oh god. Don't know why I went to the report screen there. I really am gonna have to get used to the input lag on this. It is like night and day. It is genuinely, I don't know how to describe it. It's genuinely like, it's like somebody has added like an extra, I want to say like 30 milliseconds of delay from my controller input to what's actually happening. Yeah, I've got world motion blur off. I've got all of that stuff off. Like I say, it doesn't really make a difference with console. Console is just quite blurry. The polling rate on controller for PlayStation 5 is actually lower if you're playing plugged in. If I recall correctly, and this might be slightly outdated at this point, so I'd have to double check. PS5 controller USB polling rate. The USB polling rate for the DualSense Edge, sorry, for the regular DualSense 250. If I recall correctly, this has been a thing for quite some time now. Let's have a look. So the polling rate for Bluetooth is 600 to 800. The polling rate for USB is 250. Oh, can you actually... Is there a way to check it? I'm going to try searching for an Urzikstan solos, but we'll see. Yeah, so over Bluetooth and over USB, on average, the input latency for Call of Duty, and this is Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone, is 33 milliseconds, which is pretty wild. It's a very interesting thing. So this is about a month ago. These results were a thing. Yeah, so it makes pretty much no difference, give or take. In fact, for the most part, the input latency tends to be worse in some places over USB. So, yeah, there you go. You didn't know that before, unless you're using a DualSense Edge. If you're using a DualSense Edge, it's 1,000 hertz on PS5. On PC, it goes up to 8,000, but honestly, 1,000's fine. I'm going to see if I can get a solos map. If not, I'll go straight back into quads, but I'm going to see if I can get solos. Yeah, it's honestly the biggest thing I wish they would fix about consoles is just the like, it's difficult to explain. It's difficult to explain to people who have obviously never played on a PC before. But if you've played any game on PC at native resolution, with like any input device, be it mouse, keyboard, controller, like just the end-to-end input latency of what you do versus what happens on screen is basically nothing. It's like you know it's pretty much instantaneous. Whereas on console, it's noticeably slow. I haven't tried a DualSense Edge personally. I'm sure maybe the Edge is better. Apparently, using the DualSense Edge, you can actually set the specific polling rate inside its app. But then I'd have to give PlayStation my money, and I don't want to do that because they're a terrible company. So. Do you think Warzone should be its own standalone game? Honestly, I don't think it makes a difference at this point. I honestly don't think it makes a difference. Like, I think Warzone's just always going to be in this weird cycle of trying to be fixed, but not quite being fixed. I wonder if I search BR quads, this is going to sound really stupid, but because BR quads is the first one on the list, right? I've got a funny feeling this will just work as opposed to selecting solos. You'd be surprised how much a button press can influence something as simple as a matchmaking pool. Best active Warzone IGL? It probably is Soka. I'll be honest with you though, I've just stopped caring about Warzone comp. I don't think it's worth caring about. Warzone comp has the opportunity to be a really, really cool thing. But I think that the truthful reality of it, and this is just me keeping it 100 with you lot, it's a waste. You would never, ever, ever gonna have a competitive scene for a game like Warzone when the anti-cheat looks like how it does. It's just never gonna happen. It's literally impossible. Like, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if they tried to host a World Series of Warzone this week or next week. It would not surprise me if a third of the people playing were cheating. Like, it wouldn't shock me because they know they can get away with it. What does Fortnite comp do so well? It's just really well supported, dude. Like, it's really well supported. Fortnite doesn't really struggle with too much with cheaters. It's, you know, it's just a whole different world, really. Hey, thank you very much, Nambi. I appreciate you. Fortnite does have a better anti-cheat. And the reason it does is the same reason, well, the reason most anti-cheats tend to be more effective is because they have more data points to work with. And it's just something that COD doesn't have. You know, the reason I think COD is just never going to be serious, like you only need to look at some of the clips from yesterday where these guys are like straight up hard lock aimbotting us through walls. And the game just hasn't even detected it. We'll go Area 99 again. I'm sure Big Map will warm up progressively as it starts becoming more habitable hours of the day. I mean, it's only 10:48, so... It's just one of those guys. It's just going to take a little bit longer. It will carry on taking a little while. Like it's just the nature of playing crossplay off. It will take a little while longer to find a lobby, mostly because SBMM will be fighting for its damn life. Can't comprehend why Activision can't produce a high-level anti-cheat. They should have unlimited resources. I think the biggest problem they've got is like, and this is something I've spoken about a couple of times, the anti-cheat for Warzone and for COD generally was made during the life cycle of a game. So they basically just slapped the code onto the side of it. Like, if you look at something like Valorant, the anti-cheat for Valorant was made at the same time as the game. Do you know what I mean? Just to give them every resource, every inch of ground, every allocation. Hey, good to see you, Joseph. Portuguese wine is phenomenal, Nate.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Let's drop a bloody like on the stream or a little follow. Let's get it going.
Station, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Oh. I miss Portuguese wine prices. Me too, buddy. Me too. Why do I feel like my game nearly crashed there? It looked like it did.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
A bloody
Leader.
partner anniversary on Twitch. Oh god, that's looking Activia. Jake, thank you very much for the one gifted on YouTube. I appreciate you, buddy. Door Ducky with the Prime on Twitch. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for coming over. Definitely people in this building opposite me.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemy dropping into the
You can turn off crossplay on PlayStation 5.
remaining operators.
I'm pretty sure it's a legal requirement. I think it's a legal requirement for games releasing on PlayStation to have the ability to turn off crossplay so that they can't compromise the quality of the item on PlayStation itself. You know what it is? It's the tracking that's harder for me because of the latency. Hey, thank you for the partner anniversary. Thanks, guys. It is my partner anniversary over on Twitch, folks. If you'd like to drop a cheeky little Twitch subber or Twitch Prime on that platform, you're welcome to. Lovely to see you all. Hope you're doing well.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the scope. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest.
Teammate, where is the help, my bro? Where is the help? I've checked my dead zones. Guys, honestly, it's nothing to do with any of the technical stuff. I've done every graphics setting. I've done all the controller settings. It's literally just because console has this issue. It doesn't matter what tech you're on. I'm on a monitor with a 0.03 like millisecond input delay. Consoles just have more end-to-end input lag, and that's just how they are.
Hostile UAV in the area.
But nothing will change that. It's a combination of like cooked-in settings, like built-in VSync, and a few other things, but it's just always going to be this way for consoles.
Squad mate is redeployed.
Which is why I don't really play it, to be honest with you.
Enemy buy station deployed. Overhead. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
I'll buy him back as insurance. It's a combination of things, Jake. Like certain developers, like COD, for example, will manually enable things like VSync to try and make the game visually look cleaner, even though that will happen at the expense of like input delay.
Marking the rest of them.
That and yeah, I do agree. Like controller hardware could be a bit more focused and geared towards cutting down input delay. It's difficult to describe unless you've played on both platforms, basically. For most of you, this will just feel generally quite normal. I know that.
Squad mate back on station. Good work. You have reinforcements inbound. Your squad mate is A1. Resurgence timer reduced. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Enemy UAV is online. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Hostile UAV in the area.
Getting used to it. Getting used to it. We'll get there. It will 100% be my excuse whenever I die, but we're getting there. Obi-Wan, thank you very much for the Prime on Twitch. Space Invader. Dogs, good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well.
Go get your revenge. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy UAV is online. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
I just knew he'd challenge. I mean, these two are basically glued at the hip.
Still operational in the AO. Less than 25 was still
I thought it was just me, but the game looks so much better on PC. It's the visual clarity. Like on console, it's very blurry. Very blurry. I don't think that really matters depending on the version. Like if you play... Whether you're playing... Oh, let's give me a solos game. Come on, give me an Urzikstan solos game. If you're playing, well, the problem is consoles use a lot of dynamic resolution. They use a lot of anti-aliasing stuff as well. Like it's a very blurry experience by comparison, like the visual clarity. Because in terms of output, you know, I'm still outputting 1440p 60 FPS at 52,000 bitrate. So nothing from a visual quality standpoint of the video stream itself has changed. It's just how it looks. We'll try quads maybe on Big Man, but we'll see. VRR can work on capture cards. It's a bit more experimental. I find sometimes it doesn't entirely work. It's a little bit scuff. We'll see how we go. You never know. We might see if we can get our way into an Urzikstan Quados map. But we shall see. We shall see. Will I prestige again? I probably should at some point. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. Drop a bloody like on the stream, guys. Good to see you. Ask away any questions in between our little matchmaking searches. Why? Because why not? Threats like that aren't really a big deal, Rex. And I can say this as somebody who has spoken to anti-cheat developers. They're not that worried about it, mostly because it doesn't work properly. And the few times it does work or they show a clip of it working is like a 1 in 100. When the hell did they add this skin? What in sweet hell is this supposed to be? I mean, COD really did just say we'll do what we want by the end of it. Yeah, Fidelity Cast is on. It's cranked to 100. It's still like two very different worlds. Eesh. Oh. Being in a bundle before the weapon's released? Sorry, has that happened? Absolutely not. Wait, so they've got... Sorry, so they've got this weapon in a bundle, and it hasn't publicly released yet. I mean, the weapon looks like it's mildly bugged out. Don't or it crashes matchmaking, or at least it has for me. I'm assuming that's just a bug. I'm assuming that's literally just like, that was not meant to be released. It's the community event gun. Right. Yeah, I haven't paid any attention to this. I ain't gonna lie. QG Duck, thank you for the $10. I was watching the stream yesterday. The cheating's so bad, being forced to play KBM lobbies because I have an Xbox, so a nightmare. Yeah, it's rough right now, dude. It's pretty rough. It is pretty rough. But that's where we be, man. That is where we be right now. I haven't tried the new stock on the XM4, no. I will probably give that a go at some point, though. Thank you very much for the support, QG Duck. I appreciate you. Whew. Yeah, I feel like having a gun in an event thing is new territory for COD. I mean, they probably will just inflate it and say it was completed anyway. I'm gonna let this search. I'm gonna do my best to let this search. Otherwise, we will simply return to our Area 99 shenanigans. I want to see if I'll try get into an Area 99 solos. I wouldn't mind playing like a solo variant of that. Stock is massively busted. Goodness gracious. Let's give it a try. I'll give it a try in the firing range. I mean, I'm sure it's... I mean, there wasn't really a huge amount of recoil on the XM4 to begin with. And now there's basically none, so... I'm not surprised. Well, they'll never end things like Warzone on PC, just because Believe it or not, PC is actually the largest player base for Warzone. It's actually the largest player base for COD now. Bigger than PlayStation and Xbox. Although that might have changed slightly since the release of Game Pass. Before Call of Duty was on Xbox or beyond Game Pass, the largest player base for COD was PC. I think it was something like 20 million. Double check quickly, just because it is a curious statistic. Good. I don't know why I keep yawning. I'm not even tired. I actually slept quite well. Where was it? I forget where it was. It was a certain investor call. It was an insert investor call, but basically it was 100% confirmed that the largest player base was in fact PC. Which honestly doesn't actually surprise me that much, if I'm being entirely honest. Hey there, Roger. Good to see you. Oh. I appreciate you, Church. Hope you're doing well, man. Oh gosh, I've accidentally duplicated my feed. Let's remove that. Let's get rid of that. There we go. I just wanted to see the players. Deary me. Hey, thank you very much, Church. I appreciate you. You wouldn't want to duplicate your feet, would you? We'll do Area 99 quads for a little bit longer. Once the day sort of reaches midday-ish, hopefully it'll be fine. Is Area 99 arse? Arse is maybe a harsh word. I don't know. I can't say it's for me, personally. Which is really awkward to work with sometimes. Like, Twitch as a platform sometimes it's not that fun. I can't say I'm a huge fan of Area 99. It's okay, but I'm not a huge fan. There we go. It's 2023 numbers. Mobile 35.7 million, PC 17.5 million, PlayStation 11.2, and Xbox was 5.6 million. And that was in 2023. And that was before, obviously, this came to Game Pass and whatnot. You think COD would benefit from console-only lobbies, PC lobbies similar to Overwatch? I think so, Monster Gaming. I think honestly, like I think what they need to do, if they're being honest, is just sort of say, right, if you're on console, you'll only matchmake with other console players unless you put PC players into the mix. I think it would make the game borderline unplayable on PC. I'm not gonna lie. I think not having console players in the player base and not populating that pool will probably mean that most players on PC will just descend into cheating. But honestly, you gotta wonder at this point if it's not worth it. Do you know what I mean? You gotta wonder at this point if it's not worth doing. I don't think COD will ever do it, and part of the reason I think because of that is because now that they're owned by Xbox, disabling crossplay is an admission that the future of crossplay and the future of Xbox isn't the future. Because Xbox's whole new thing is, this is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. Your phone is an Xbox. Your TV is an Xbox. Obviously, because hardware for them tends to be a little bit lower in terms of sales. So the crossplay generation's firmly here to stay, as far as they're concerned. Thank you, Lydia. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Lovely to see all of you guys. I mean, we've got a honking nearly 1,000 of you over on YouTube. If you'd like to drop a bloody like on the stream, please do. I don't know who the new YouTube... Actually, I do know who the YouTube CEO is now. It's Neil, isn't it? I was going to say, unfortunately, it won't appease Big Suze, our former overlord. R.I.P. Hope she's doing well. Nah, we shout out to Big Suze, man. That meme's never going to die for us. Big Suze will be immortalized on YouTube, bro. But appease the YouTube overlords bit by bit, boys. Bit by bit. And if you're on Twitch, it's a lovely Bezos day, isn't it? I love Amazon so much. I just really love Amazon, guys. They don't participate in tax evasion. I just really like Amazon. Big Suze will always be in our heart. She was a great YouTube CEO, man. It was a real shame. Am I washed on PS5? Let's find out. Am I overly reliant on PC clutches that I've gotten far too used to?
Supply boxes marked. Secure those locations.
You can cap your frame rates in the different menus, Juice. That does help. Oh, an XP crate. Wow. I feel so engaged.
One supply box remaining. Move to secure. Contract complete. All supply boxes found.
Indicating buy station.
Come on, you bastards. Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate you, buddy.
Need some cash.
Loadout drop headed your way. Hostile UAV in the area.
I suppose the other interesting part of this equation is that I definitely have streamer mode on, so... Come on, let me hit. I was hitting so many nice snipes yesterday, and now it's all been reset because I'm on bloody console. I'm not used to the input lag. I'm gonna cry in my crib, bro.
Hunt them down. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
It's a very different experience playing on console, and I'm not against it, I will be honest.
Squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Incoming shot.
I think I just need to be vaguely more predictive of, like, where people are going to be.
Round one squad mate. Get your redeployed fast. Enemy threat
Like, even sniping is just... It'll take a while to get used to. We'll get there, though.
The enemy is no longer. You lost them.
Get him, boys! Bro.
Enemies dropping into the
Damn, that guy melted me.
Your squad mate is redeployed.
I still think the PP19 has some sort of TTK bug, by the way.
You're redeployed.
I'm still convinced by that. Unlucky. The only annoying part about this, and this is going to be the annoying part, is that if I have to play quads, I'm going to be playing against 4 dudes stuck together in the hit. And it's going to be an absolute nightmare to break them down. Get me a solos game, please. I know we're cross-play off. There's got to be enough PlayStation players out there for it. Come on. Just a little solos. Be nice. You weren't kidding about it being blurry? Yeah, it's a very different game, bro. Very, very different game. It is like that, though. Like, I mean, it is just console gameplay. Like I say, you don't get used to it until you're used to it. It's just one of them. Please, I'll take a solos of any variety. Mr. Xbox, PlayStation, sir. I mean, sorry to confuse your companies. Both of your consoles mostly collect dust for me. I physically had to wipe the dust off of my PlayStation 5. I literally went to go set up the PS5 into my stream PC and I was like, Jesus Christ, I haven't touched this thing in months. Thank God it's a tax expense. I actually do have a duster. I'd like to point, look, hashtag not an ad, yeah? But like, where are you? This is the best damn thing I've ever bought, all right? It's just a rechargeable air blower. Like, and it's absolutely class. I've used it on the inside of my PC so often. Would recommend, guys. Tax write-off for gaming is ironically clutch. It's literally the one bonus of being a content creator, dude. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, I sit there sometimes and I'm like, this purchase looks really expensive. Oh God, it's a tax write-off. Like, the monitor that I'm watching you guys on right now, I'll show you the monitor quickly whilst we matchmake and pray to God that it actually works properly. So, the monitor, if this works. Yeah, go on, open. Go on, OBS. I'm assuming my NDI source is, like, available. We'll see. Yeah, so this is the monitor that I use to like, monitor chat. Because obviously I've got my Twitch dashboard and my YouTube dashboard open at the same time. Obviously, expensive purchase, right? Like $6.99, not cheap. By the way, phenomenal productivity monitor for all of you boys. Would recommend. If you happen to be in an office space or an editor, bloody get this monitor, right? It's the best purchase it's literally the best purchase I've made. And it's, you know, tax deductible, so life's good. What's my gaming monitor? I use an AOC OLED. So it's 240 hertz OLED. It's on sale right now, I think, for 400. Normally, when OLEDs first came out, they were like 8, 9, even $1,000. Now they're like 400, which is really, really good. Oh, honestly, 16 by 18 monitors, chef's kiss, bro. Absolute chef's kiss. Oh, we got into Resurgence solos. Do you know what? This is what really pisses me off. And what really pisses me off about it is that it's definitely SBMM doing that. Yes, the AOC Aegon AG276QZD. It's on sale for like 400-ish at the moment. That's my current gaming monitor. It's 1440p, 240 hertz OLED. It's a beautiful little monitor. Would recommend. Hashtag technically gifted ages ago, but the brand deal expired, so they can hold that. I should probably get some Amazon affiliate links going, really. Flickering a big problem on the OLED? What do you mean, Jaron? Why would flickering be a problem? Honestly, don't even get me started. I could do a whole spiel about suddenly going from not being particularly busy as a content creator to being far too busy. Honestly, shout out to my agent. Bro has been putting in a shift, but my brothers in Christ, I went from 0 deadlines to here's loads of deadlines, and I'm like, I'm panicking. I'm panicking because I've got loads of things. Now we got some cool stuff in the pipeline. We've got sponsored stream coming up with Fortnite, which will be fun. Me, West East Odd, TSM break. We've got some sponsored PC Game Pass stuff coming up for the new release of the Zombies map, which will be fun. Obviously focusing on Black Ops 6, so that'll be cool. So keep an eye out for both of those. So yeah, we've got some cool shit coming on the horizon. Allegedly, there might be an off-the-grid EU tournament happening, but we'll see what happens on that. That's the word on the street, boys.
Survive the countdown to earn redeployment. Secure kills to speed up the time.
I'm never going to complain about being busy, just because, like, as a content creator, you sit there all summer going, wow, there is nothing to do. And then it's like, wow, there's actually loads of stuff to do now. Oh, I'm going to chow this warehouse. Why am I the filling in the sandwich when there's 6 of you? Fight each other!
Weapons free.
Let my timer expire. Kemper, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. We probably will try Grade Zone Night Ops at some point. I can't say it's massively on my priority list right now, just because obviously we've got Delta Force on the horizon. God, I tell you what, crossplay off players love hiding in a corner. You give these crossplay off boys a juicy corner and they will eat that shit up. Yeah, I was really sad that it was an NA only tournament. Love to Iceman Isaac and that for winning that, but you put me in an off the grid tournament, it's going to be a long day for all participants. We were doing pure demon hours on that game.
The area. Watch the skies. Gas is moving. Loadout drop headed your way.
There's no way, dude. I'm telling you the PP-19 is a damage bug. I mean, that's like 4 bullets, bro, and I'm gone.
Get ready. You're redeploying.
Jesus Christ, dude. That guy just appears at the most inconvenient times imaginable.
We're returning you to the front.
I would like to do more off-the-grid stuff, but I will be honest with you, one of my biggest concerns with off-the-grid is basically my biggest concern with Warzone right now, and that is cheers.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Yeah, we'll probably do a few more videos like that soon, Platts.
Enemy UAV is online.
Today's video is on the Ars War audio, which I think will be an interesting watch. I know there's a player nearby.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Yeah, little critter. Game. Why does that even do any damage to me? On that side of the wall. They really need to deal with those mines in the next balancing patch. Those things are stupid.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Well, I haven't used the Ars War tune since, like, Modern Warfare 3. Mostly because I don't like the way it sounds, and primarily because I think my own audio settings are better. But I am curious to see how much of a difference it actually makes. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty... Oh, this is concerning. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty dud in Black Ops 6, just because they very deliberately mix the game in such a way that boosts a lot of ambient noise. And I think they've deliberately done that to try and limit things like custom tunes.
Incoming shots.
I've allegedly got an enemy nearby, but that could genuinely mean anything in this game.
Fire sale active.
Ready for launch. UAV standing by.
But yeah, I'm curious to see if there's any discernible differences in the Art of War stuff. Just because I think it's an interesting video. I think people on console were curious about like all of these PC audio tunes and have never really been able to
Get ready.
experience them.
Surgeon's window is about to close.
I mean, the title for it's a little bit clickbait, but at this point, I don't really give a shit. The video bangs, the video bangs. Spray and spray, thank you for the Prime, buddy. I appreciate you.
Get the eyes in the sky.
Losing ground.
I'm trying to get a little bit better with the
Hostile UAV in the area.
sniping stuff on console.
Fire sale's done. Prices are back to normal.
OLED's really good for COD. I mean, OLED is very good for competitive gaming generally, to be honest with you. I'd recommend if you have it in your budget, OLED is the way to go in terms of input latency. 0.03 milliseconds delay is kind of insane.
No more second chances. Got an extra valuable opportunity here. Don't miss your shot. Keep knocking them down.
Goodness gracious. Crossline indeed.
Got gas moving in.
I'm surprised the hipfire didn't get him there, I'm gonna be honest.
They hit us hard that time.
Either that or he just hipfired into a headshot. Yeah, he hipfired into a headshot. Hey there, Jade, good to see you. The LR's a lot slower though, James, which is why I don't use it. For fast sniping. I do hope they slightly adjust hipfire spread in Black Ops 6, because I do think it's a bit too compact across all weapon classes. There's not really a huge amount of punishment right now in the game for hip firing. Obviously, at that range, it probably wouldn't have made a difference, but just as a general side note, I guess. Lovely to see all of you guys. Pleasure having all of you. Thank you again, Spray and Pray, for the Prime. We've got a lovely little 220 of you on Twitch, nearly 1,000 of you on YouTube. I appreciate you all showing out today. My aiming settings are the same on PC and console. I'll tell you what I did do, guys. Hello, Jade. Good to see you. I'll tell you what we did do. We bought lots of supplements during Black Friday. That's what we did. And I got to tell you, they've been fabulous. They've been absolutely fabulous. I'm a big believer in taking your daily vitamins. I will say that. But I managed to get some like creatine gummies and some new magnesium, and I'm telling you, boys, I'm sleeping like a brick. You could learn a thing or two about that, Jade. Get some bloody magnesium in you. Like I did like a crazy long like bench press session yesterday. I don't even know why I did it, to be honest with you. My entire upper torso at this point hurts. 2 magnesiums, went to bed, woke up, fresh as a daisy. It's a beautiful thing. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. What am I lifting on chest? At the moment, I'm trying to get 100 kilos for reps quite frequently. And the reason for that is just because obviously whenever you do combines for American football, be it in Europe, the States, or whatever, it's 100 kg or like 220 pounds. I don't know what you guys, I don't know how your weight system works. But it's as many of those as you can do for reps as frequently as possible. It's the same over here when we do combines. Like, I've done European combine stuff in Portugal, and it's like, good luck. I'm just like, oh, no, now I'm panicking. I've been doing a lot of incline press recently as well. I don't really know why. I just actually like it, which is strange. I need to get back on. The biggest thing for me though, and this is the biggest one for me, is just I need to get back on leg weights again. Just because I tore my hamstring last year. And although I don't have a strength imbalance anymore between my left and right hamstring, the strength imbalance isn't there. But I went from like leg pressing 350 kilos like it was nothing to like dropping down to like 300. So I lost like 50 kilos worth of weight in terms of my press. Which, not fun. I don't know what that is in pounds. Someone can do the math for me. But yeah, I've physiotherapied the leg back up. It's back into regular territory. I just need to actually get back onto stacking shit on it again. Wish Twitch would give me a partner today so we could have the same partner anniversary. That would be cute. That would be cute. Fingers crossed it does. Do I do any cardio? Unfortunately, yes, Johnny. Much like the rest of you. It's not fun, bro. It's not. Nah, I'm trying to do some more sprint drill stuff because obviously I play defensive line in American football. So like once you've thrown a man, 140 kilo man out the way, the second step is getting to the point of contact as fast as humanly possible. So I've been doing a lot of like get off stuff and sprint stuff recently. Which obviously, as somebody who plays defensive line, with a fair bit of timber on me because I play defensive line, it's easier said than done, bro. I'm telling you though, big dudes who are fast are scary, man. That's how I'm trying to be. Alright, Jack, thank you for the prime. When I was at uni, I was quite lucky. When I was at uni, I was a lot smaller, but I was quite lucky because all of us were surprisingly quick. Thank you very much for the prime, Arrow Jack. I appreciate you. What's 350 kilos? Let's do it. What is 350 kilos in pounds?
350 kilos.
771 pounds. So I'm like leg pressing close to 770 pounds, which is not bad. But yeah, tearing your hammy like really takes you out of the equation. It's just really awkward just because like it like you don't realize how important your hamstring is until you like have to do stuff. I remember like we finished the game, right? And like the back of my leg started bruising and I was like, oh, like maybe it's just like a partial tear, like it's nothing too crazy, like I'll be fine. It's not that deep. And then I went to lift my leg the next day and I physically couldn't and I was just like, oh no. Thankfully, it wasn't a full tear. It was actually the sheath around the hamstring that primarily went, as opposed to the full muscle itself. But the muscle itself was not in great shape. But that's my fault because I thought, hey, oh, gosh, I don't need to stretch. I'm only 25. I was 25 at the time. I'm 26 now. So I don't need to stretch. I'm only 25. Gosh, I used to do this mildly hungover. And now my body's like absolutely stretched right now, you idiot.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Note to self, guys, the second you get over the 21 bracket, get those stretches in, bro. It's game over otherwise. Hell, if you're under 21, stretch too. Trust me, it's good for you. Don't make the mistake I did.
Stay alive till time expires to secure redeployment. More points you earn, the faster that clock ticks.
But yeah, it's pretty fine. Rip sheaths are not good. They're not fun. Don't even see, they're not fun. Like I say, it's fully recovered now. It feels really good. Like, I'm not worried about it. I'm like, you know when you're kind of in that early stage of like muscle rehab where you're like mildly like, is this gonna break again? This doesn't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Like, I'm kind of all over that phase, like entire phase now, which is really nice. Like, I don't even think about it anymore. Leg press like 6 of me. Well, just pray I never kick someone. Do you know what I mean? If there's a weapon exchange joint somewhere nearby, that would be great.
Waypoint marked. Move. Indicating buy station.
Hostiles have established a sand turret.
An inactive left glue. You need to get them cheeks warmed up, boy. Barry, thank you very much for the happy partner anniversary. Bro, Maya, listen. I balled that. Well, I say I balled that, I just didn't have an SMG. I was going to lose that one. I live by a very basic principle, and like, maybe this is mildly masculine toxic of me, but screw it, I don't care. The person I'm dating can't have bigger legs than me, bro. Like, it can't run. This guy's good, bro. Don't want to get those ribs crushed. I have had some rib trauma this year as well. I went to go tackle a dude, and as I went to go tackle him, his he like fell forwards. Like, he didn't deliberately mean to lower his head, which is what normally most people would do. They lower their head into contact, which is what you shouldn't do, but it's what most people do. But he lowered his head just like by fluke accident, and it just got me clean in the ribs, bro. And I was in absolute agony. Taking a helmet to the ribs in an unsexy way is not what you want, bro. How old am I now? I'm 26. I'm old as shit, bro. I say that now to a predominantly 30s plus audience. My bad, Gan. My bad.
Enemy UAV is online. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Nah, do you know what's crazy though? Like, I was deep in this the other day. People who are 18 this year were born in 2006, and that makes it 2006. I said 2006 because it makes me feel physically unwell. If your age starts with a 2, bro, on God, you're just permanently a baby. You could be a 30-year-old adult in the future, and I'd still think you're a baby. I have original Xboxes older than some of the people who watch my videos, and that's genuinely a frightening fact. It's okay, gang. I know. We're all of the older variety, stealing from the workforce, one stream at a time. Rightfully so, by the way.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Good shot by that dude. Do you know, one of the things I will say, I really do have to get out of the mentality of, like... Obviously, when I'm playing on console, like, these guys are just talented. I need to get used to that. Because in my head, I'm like, oh, man, like... I know, obviously, it's stupid, but, like, in my head, I'm like, damn, that was a surprisingly good shot. Should I be worried? No, I'm so used to, like, plays over the last week on PC or two, just being, like, instant cause for concern. I'm 32, I'm nearly 22. Got the perm for the... yeah, bro, listen. You are a permanent baby, alright? It can't be helped. If your age starts with a 2000, you're just permanently a baby. It is how it is. Alright? This is gonna sound kind of culturally insensitive, but I'm gonna say it anyway. If you were born after 9/11, on God, like, you just, there's no coming back from that, bro. I don't know how to describe it. You just, it's a different, like, if you vaguely don't remember who George Bush is, all right, like, I think I've run those guys into each other, though. I think I got shot by somebody else during that. Or did I? Did I not? Damn. I just got some good shots on my head.
Go get after it.
Bought a house in 2000. You chose a good time to buy a house, my dude. Don't know if you've seen the market lately. It's not good, Brev. It's not good. I feel like such an adult already at 26. Just because, obviously, I've done the whole, like... Get a job. Get dog. Get house. Get mortgage. I had my wife and first kid in 2000. Jesus! Look at the gang! You boys are collecting a damn pension out here! What's going on? Chat, we're all old. To put this into context, look, I understand I'm roasting the kids for being born in 2000 and beyond, but in 2000 I was in fact 2 years old. I was probably eating sand. We're washed. Nah, I haven't had my midlife crisis just yet. I still need to load up the quarter life crisis first. I need to join a run club. Once I've done that, then we'll be in good territory, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I haven't joined a run club yet. I was in Iraq in 2006. There you go. So it's a different world, bro. Some people are fresh out the womb.
Overlord 6 fuel check, 50%.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices.
Priority tasking request received. UAV exiting AO.
I hear it though, gang. Pensioners unite. Goodness gracious. Well, they're doing their best to.
dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
If anything, I kind of wish I was a little bit older.
Be sure to
I feel like I wanted to grow up in the generation of, like, Wheatus. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, as much as I listen to that music, I feel like I wanted... If I was around 18, around the peak Blink-182 era, I think I'd be a happy man. I do wish I grew up in a generation that didn't have phones.
You've made
I
it
will be
to the
real.
top 10.
I want to be... I wish I grew up in the generation of Sony Walkmans. I mean, it's definitely, like, wasn't a huge influence on my childhood, because I'm obviously 26, but, like, I just feel like the phone era generally now is just awful. Like, everything is... I feel like people just don't really live in the moment of what they're doing anymore.
Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area.
Those decoys are trippy as shit, bro.
TACOM, we're flying on fumes. UAV returning to
I've always said it, the second I'm done with YouTube, I'm probably, like, deleting pretty much all forms of social media off my phone. My phone is already basically just a glorified Spotify player at this point, but...
5 squads still operational in the AO.
6'3", Sam. I wouldn't say I'm a quote-unquote wham unit, but I'm working on it. I'd say I'm, you know... The upper body could do with a bit more work. The lower body is doing its best, man. What music do you listen to? You know, I listen to a bit of everything, to be honest with you. I have a very versatile music taste. I think I have, like, something stupid like 10,000 songs on Spotify. And that ranges from, like, Motown classics to, like, last week's released grime album. Do you know what I mean? I think you need to have a varied music taste. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know, there's something to be said about the Taylor Swift generation. You know, where like they only listen to one artist and they're 17 albums and all of them are kind of mid. Everything except for the new Kendrick Lamar album, bro. I was so disappointed. Oh, I did not hear him at all, bro. Where were you? Oh, he was just creeping that whole time, man. Fair play to him. Oh, dude, I should have got a cough there. I should have got a cough. Heartbreaking. Thoughts on the From Zero album? It was a good album, dude. I mean, I saw Linkin Park live recently. I saw them in early November. Was it early November? Or was it early October? I don't even remember what month are we in? We're in the end of November now. It was must have been end of September. It was end of September. My bad. Sorry, my months have been blurred. And it was very, very good. It was very, very good. If you can get tickets to their new tour, I'd recommend it. I know they're a bit spenny, but I have certain artists who, like, my general rule of thumb is just like I have to see them live if they happen to crop up. So like Linkin Park is obviously one of them. I'm actually seeing Deftones soon as well, which is pretty sick. I'm seeing that next year. Am I enjoying my cross-play off solos? I actually am, Jade. I ain't gonna lie. Like, even the times where I'm getting pissed off, like, sorry, pissed off? Pissed on. Could get pissed off too. Even the times where I'm getting pissed on, I just have a bit more of an appreciation for what's happening. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to second guess every play. I can just go, damn, nice play, bro. GG. Muster. 1440p, Dan. I do have tickets to Oasis. I'm tempted to sell them, though. I had tickets this year for... Do you know, I'm actually really pissed. 2 of the tickets I got that I was most excited for, which was Kid Cudi and Childish Gambino, both cancelled. Both cancelled. Both of them. And I was excited for Childish Gambino because on his tour, he didn't do a huge amount of his new shit, and he was doing a lot of his old camp shit, which, like, that's good Childish Gambino. I know obviously he's become a lot more popular these days because of his more recent stuff, but old school camp Childish Gambino, wowzers. Yeah, the one at Crystal Palace Park, Morg. This is going to sound very self-important and wanky of me, so please ignore me for saying this. If you'd like to slap me across the head, you're welcome to. I've actually weirdly been recognized a lot in London recently. Oh gosh, I know I'm such an influencer. No, I'm just kidding. But like it was really odd. Like I was walking my dog the other day and a dude stopped me. I was in the train and a dude stopped me. I was getting a coffee at a Costa and a dude stopped me. And I actually checked. I was like, out of curiosity, I was like, why does this keep happening? And it's because London is my most viewed city for content, which is kind of cool. The most awkward encounter I've ever had with that, though, obviously as a content creator, we don't exactly want people knowing exactly where we live for obvious reasons. I was moving into my flat in Lisbon and a group of Irish lads stopped me and they were like, oh, you're that COD guy. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, this is not my moving van, I promise. And then the moving guys came over to me and said, where do you want this? And I'm like, oh, fuck's sake. Basically, I had a firm agreement with 4 Irish dudes, like, as to not expose my living location in Portugal. Where do you get that operator? This was the endowment bundle. It's no longer on sale. How comes I left Lisbon? I just wanted to change the scenery, Big Toad. You know, I wouldn't necessarily be back there. Well, I'm an open book in terms of where I want to go. Lisbon's lovely. I thought about... Well, it wasn't money. I did buy them some beer, though. Lisbon's lovely. I thought about Scotland for a long time now, to be honest with you. Scotland's been on my agenda for a very, very long time. I've always thought about it. I nearly went to Edinburgh University. I did have an unconditional offer to go there. So I have thought about that. It's something that's potentially on the cards. I want to go somewhere with some greenery next. Like, it's been nice being back in London. It's fun. You know, it's fun being back in a city that's international. Where, you know, 5 minutes in any direction and there's something to do. But I do miss having good green spaces around me. And, like, I went to Scotland in March. And I went to the Highlands and I did, you know, I guess the Carragons or whatever it is. And just being so close to, like, a hike, like an hour's drive from a hike, or half an hour's drive from a hike is really, really unreal. Like, may I present to you Blackpool? No, you may not. I actually, one of my housemates at uni was from Blackpool. We always used to take the piss out of her accent, especially when she got drunk. But we always used to take the piss out of her whenever she went, like, whenever we went back from uni, be like, go back to your little shanty town. Off you go. Ireland isn't off the agenda, Steve. I've thought about Ireland. Walking around the Republic of Ireland with a London accent. Slightly more tricky challenge, but we'll get there. But I do have an Irish passport, so I basically could go wherever I want. You know what I mean? Moved from France to Montreal. No regrets for me. Very nice European American city. Yeah, Canada feels like that. Canada feels like that, doesn't it? Canada feels like, I mean, most Europeans, and this isn't any shade on any of my Americans in chat, most Europeans wouldn't live in America, to be honest with you. It's too culturally different. But Canada feels like a nice in-between point, and I feel like people kind of lean towards that. I've never been to Canada personally, but I feel like I'd like it. Blackpool is the only place in the UK where you can go for a swim in the sea and find more shopping trolleys than a Tesco. I mean, you're probably right. Most Americans don't want them to. Honestly, go to American customs is hilarious, bro. Because, like, obviously, like, as a snobby British Londoner, like, I look down at every country that isn't London. And I say London as a country specifically. And like whenever I go to US customs, they like interrogate you. They're like, why are you here? Why do you want to be here? When are you leaving? What's your activity? And I'm like, my brother in Christ, I am not that eager to stick around, I promise you. I'm here to eat some Chick-fil-A and fuck off home, all right? Leave me alone. They also really don't like it when you give them any attitude. I found it really odd. They asked me for biometrics the first time I came to the US. They were like, we want your fingerprints. And I'm like, no. I literally was just like, I'm not doing that. That's really weird. Like, why are you collecting my biometric? Like, bro, sorry, did I walk into here with a C4 vest that you suddenly feel the need to have my biometrics? Like, come on, come on. Like, at least it's not French immigration. I mean, you know, French immigration. Well, actually, no. I actually wouldn't say for I'm used to European immigration literally just being flash passport, walk in. It's obviously very different if you're not from Europe. Like if you're not from Europe, I'm sure it's basically like probably a hellscape. I've never really asked any Americans what it's like visiting Europe. I don't know what the visa process, if there is any, is like, etc., etc. But for Europeans or British people, even British people in Europe, even after everything, it's still literally just a case of, here be passport, goodbye. Do they really biometric you at Heathrow? That's wild. That guy is absolutely pissed on me. Fair play. The Jackal really is just in a league of its own. Do you know what? I used to think that, like, passport control in the UK was pretty bad, and then I visited other countries, and I'm like, holy crap, we have it so good. I visited other countries, and I was like, I will never complain about Heathrow Airport again. Visiting Europe as an American is easy. Good to know. Well, they love a biometric ID. They really do. Give us your fingerprints now. It's like, why? You're not the right shade of white. No, well, I say I'm joke, but I felt instant. Oh wow, that's big. That's big server desync. Australian customs is definitely the worst. I've been to, like, 100%. I think objectively Aussie customs are just the worst experience imaginable.
Losing ground. Moving.
I do wonder when they're going to fix the RAR. Again, I might add.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead.
Fuck me. 8 hits. There's no way he fired 8 bullets in that gunfight.
You ain't going nowhere.
I ain't even gonna say anything. I think we all saw how crazy desync that looked. Good God. It's on a 15 latency server, man. They really need to get their servers under control.
Enemy UAV is online. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
I'm trying to figure out where next is on my travel itinerary.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I'm going to Madeira this summer. I know that much.
Updated intel on new target. Intercept and eliminate.
I've just been tag teamed, I assume?
Compromised. Stand down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stolen out from under you.
Well, I'm probably going to go on a trip in January just because flying anywhere around Europe in January costs nothing. Like, I was looking at, like, trips to, like, Italy and Germany, and it was like, dude, what in the inconvenient timing is that, bro? Does this guy just show up at the least convenient options available? What in the COD timing powers has that man achieved?
Enemy SAM turret active.
Like, flying pretty much anywhere in Europe costs like £40, so like $60 for a return flight. So it's definitely something I've been thinking about during January, because January tends to be quite quiet after everybody spends all their ad dollars. I'm gonna see if I can get an Urzikstan solos. Would be nice. Spend my 90 days wisely. What 90 days? Off to the Maldives at 5 from Birmingham. Had to share. Nice. Enjoy it, dude. Enjoy it. Should be good. Unfortunately, November/December tends to be my busiest time of the year, so leaving my desk is kind of non-optional, unless it's for something short and sweet. Take a holiday in Urzikstan. Probably Henry, but I have a European passport, so it doesn't apply to me. I do what I want. No problem, Chris. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you. Would I do a cruise? I don't think cruises are for me. I don't know how you guys feel about them. I don't want to inadvertently insult anybody who happens to fancy a cruise. I just don't think they're for me. Like the idea of being in, like when I travel, I don't want to be in a hotel. Like the hotel is literally just where I sleep or go when I'm absolutely blasted, right? Like, and being on a cruise kind of just feels like you're permanently on a hotel. I can't say I've ever done one though, so I'm open to the idea. Like I'm not gonna hate on it heavily. Like I know you get off the boat at different locations and stuff, but like I don't know. When I do a trip, I like visiting somewhere for 2 or 3 days. Like I wouldn't visit somewhere unless it's like 2 or 3 days minimum. Norway is literal god tier for scenery. Spent months here for work. I've thought about going to Norway soon. Yeah. I've done Prague. I'd be willing to do it again. I've been thinking about going to Vienna. I really have. My cousin went to Vienna very recently, and it looked really, really good. I haven't done Austria yet. I've done Germany. I've done Italy. I've done France. I've done Poland. I haven't done Greece, weirdly. I've done Portugal. I've done Spain. I've done Croatia. I've done Hungary. It's like a resort on water. Interesting. I'm going to see if I can get a Urzikstan solos game. If I can, I'll have tears in my eyes. Poland beers are underrated. Polish beers are very underrated. Except for the dirt cheap ones. You should avoid those at all costs. It's a way to see places you wouldn't necessarily see. Yeah, I suppose. Like I say, I'm not against it. I'd need the right motivation for it. Did I take the walk to Poland? I absolutely did. I've actually had some pretty bad travel fuck-ups before. I was... Where was I? I was on a plane. I was on a plane back from holiday. I was on a plane back from a holiday, and I was on my way to the holiday, and I had like a bunch of stuff in my bag, including a wireless speaker. And my wireless speaker turned on in my bag. Obviously, I have my headphones on, so I don't hear the fact that it's turned on. And because I have a Google phone, I can dual audio output to 2 devices. So a good first front of the corporate passenger part of the plane vaguely heard mumbling from the back of my backpack, "I just fucked your bitch in some Gucci flip-flops," at like maximum volume. Which, you know what? Just call it a power move by accident. Is what it is. You know, it happens. Have we got any Germans in chat? Have we got any Germans in chat? Any Germans? Identify yourselves, Germans. All right, we need to have words about you lot and hiking. All right, we need to have some words about Germans and nice locations. All right, every single. So I do a couple of solo hikes. Right, I've done it every once in a while. I like a solo hike. You know, when I was in the Canary Islands, I did a hike. When I was in Italy, I did a hike. You know, wherever I go, I do hikes. Like if it's in the itinerary, I'll go do a hike. Right. First and foremost, one. Whenever there's a hike, there's a German. 2, what is it with you lot? Like, listen, maybe this is invading might have been the wrong word. What is it with you lot? And whenever there's a nice scenic location, it's just 500 Germans. All right, why do you guys travel so much? Slow it down, damn it. And see, you guys are a good hiking company. Yeah, Germans are quite blunt. I like it. It was quite funny. I was on a hike in Italy when I was visiting when I was visiting Sicily, and I was up the side of a volcano. Bearing in mind, I'm up the side of a fucking volcano. All right, this is like not an easy hike. And there's this German lady next to me. She was probably the same age as me. I said like mid-20s. She just turns to me. Bear in mind, she hasn't said a word to me this whole time, even though we've sort of vaguely been hiking in the same location. She turns to me and goes, "Well, this is fucking shit." I was like, "Do you know what? Fair play." I love how like brutally blunt Germans are. I think they're great. Andy Pep with the 5 gifted over on Twitch. Thank you very much, man. Sorry, AD Pep. My dyslexia is working overtime today. AD Pep, thank you very much for the 5 gifted over on Twitch. Get some hype in the chat. Even if you're on YouTube. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you. Kind soul. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate you. Oh, we are on a hype train. Look at that little hype train over on Twitch. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube whilst we're matchmaking so you don't miss anything, go over to Twitch, use your Twitch Prime, steal some money from Jeff Bezos. Why? Because fuck it, why not? Right? Don't let Amazon evade tax. Let me evade tax. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Germans are accidentally funny. Like, they genuinely are accidentally funny. Every single time I've encountered a German on a hike or on a holiday, bro will just say the most unhinged thing out loud because they just don't have social cues, and it's so funny. Incoming audio. Oh, dear. Look, guys, it's not a crime if you don't get caught. All right? Thank you very much, Tungsten, for the Prime over on Twitch. Come on, guys, come on, go spam your Twitch primos, all right? Even if you're watching on YouTube, pop on over there. We're matchmaking, hopefully into an Urzikstan. We'll see how it goes. I'm not giving any guarantees. Go over there, use your Twitch bloody Prime, right? Say, sorry, boss man, have some funds instead. Come on, little tab over. Goodness gracious. Go over. Use your bloody primos. Come on. It's in the chat and YouTube too. Do the thing. Steal some money from Amazon. Did I fail to mention I work for HMRC? Well, you'll find that my books are well in order, WMAC. Spaceman with a 5 gifted on Twitch. We're probably going to have to do another Area 99 solos. We'll probably get into one eventually. It's going to be a time of day thing though. I'm a quarter Sicilian. Oh, that's lovely. Goodness gracious, guys. Spaceman, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. It's Major Gore with the Prime for 2 months, a little 1-month streak. It is technically our partner anniversary on Twitch, folks. It's our partner anniversary. It means I've been a Twitch partner for a year. Don't really know when that happened, but cheers, Twitch. So if you'd like to go spam some Twitch-o suppos, go do it. Takes 2 seconds. Steal from the corporate overlords of Amazon. I mean, I probably pay more tax than Amazon, so, you know, look at it that way. You know? Think of it as supporting the world. Spaceman with a 5 gifted on YouTube as well. Bro went with the double down. 5 gifted on Twitch, 5 gifted on YouTube. He said, let me just slam it on the table, bro. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Outrageous sauce. Guys, get some hype in the chat. We've got a little hype train going on Twitch, maybe technically one on YouTube. Look at you guys. Out here working overtime whilst I suffer in the realms of matchmaking. I appreciate you all. Jade says I'm a quarter German. Is that why I have no social cues and you find me funny? You might be onto something. Might be onto something. Can't let the Twitch geezers outshine us. Chat, you've heard it here first. It's beef. Twitch chat, and there's 230 of you. YouTube chat says you can't outshine them, and there's 700 of them. So it's looking a bit techie. Witty login with the Prime on Twitch. Thank you very much, my boy. SC Guitars with the Prime. He's subscribed for 4 months, and he captioned it, get him HMRC. They are going to get me in January, and it's not going to be fun, all right? Okay, let's... Thank you very much, Spaceman, for the double gifto in both places, you sauceful bastard. Goodness gracious. We're on a what is that, a tier? I'm gonna use what Jade uses because I find it funny. Jade refers to a hype train on Twitch as a wank engine. And I quote Thomas the Wank Engine, and it genuinely tickles me every time I hear it. I'm not subscribing again until I see your taxes. Nice. So we're on a tier 4 hype train over on Twitch. We technically don't have hype trains on YouTube, but you know, I'm seeing some giftos in chat, so I think, you know, right now Twitch is winning. Twitch is definitely winning. They're putting in a shift right now. Lima with the Twitch Prime. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. The Twitch chat is going in clutch for the partner anniversary. I mean, I don't know when I'll have a YouTube membership anniversary, but we'll sort one out. How many likes did they got? Look, the Twitch chat's putting in a shift today. GG, boys. What's the crack with console only being different? It's just different world, Alexander. You know, some more casual players, some more sweaty players, and obviously just no cheaters, which is great. Level 4 hype train over on Twitch, guys. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate you. It's the most wonderful time of the year, and what I mean by that is that it's not Christmas, it's just that ad revenue is really high. So if you'd like to line my what now, I'm getting, God, I've got a tax bill and Christmas presents to buy. It's not looking good, bruv. It's not. Audio setup on PS5? Literally just line into my audio mixer, bro. Is it Thanksgiving tomorrow? We don't have Thanksgiving in the UK, and I dislike that. I would welcome another excuse to scran a good meal. None of that. Oh, listen. Ayo. Neo with the Prime on Twitch. Guys, Twitch chat's putting in a shift, boy. Listen, YouTube chat. I'm afraid, boys, today you're being outshone. Alright. They're putting in the session. I would like Thanksgiving, because I get to watch football and eat food, and that's what most Americans do. However, I am a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, so basically watching football at this point is just clinical depression.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Outrageous stuff. Oh, shout out to the Twitch gang. I was itching my nose! Don't shoot me whilst I'm itching my nose! It's inconsiderate. Oh dear. Bits for the entertainment each day. Look, if I could get my bits out... No, I'm joking. As a Bears fan, I can relate. Welcome to the club, homie. Welcome to mutual suffering. Imagine being a Jags fan? I don't have to imagine it. It's a waking nightmare every single day. Must be desperate. Think about like going into the start of every year thinking, man, maybe this year's the year for us. Especially after, you know, having the largest playoff comeback in NFL history against like the Chargers. You're thinking to yourself, man, we've had some real progress lately. And then you're like, wow. No, we're terrible. Everything just falls apart instantly. And the annoying part is that it's normally when a team sucks, it's because their most important component, namely their quarterback, is terrible. In our case, our team sucks and our quarterback's phenomenal. It's just everybody else sucks more.
Takes more than that to finish me.
You've got a
Oh,
loadout
shit.
drop inbound.
Forgot about the gas.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Game, please. Oh no, I slid to it. I should have jump slide. That's so inconvenient.
Work down there.
Thank you for all the primes over on Twitch, guys, and all the general subbos. I appreciate you all. You guys have been cooking. Unlike Stod. We don't let him cook anymore. If you want something truly ironic, boys. A bit of fun, if you will. So we're doing a little Christmas get-together this year. All the boys, me, Stod, Westy, Jaff. And it truly is pure irony that the last person to submit their meal request for what they actually want is Stod.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Bro's getting his food cooked for him, and he still doesn't know what he wants. I think he just has Christmas dinner PTSD. Oh, for fuck me, bro. What is my luck? I've got fucking Barry Shaggington shagging a corner over there.
Redeployed.
My brother in Christ.
You were 1 of 25 remaining.
Right.
The enemy took that.
Fucking.
We'll get them back.
I wouldn't, it's too expensive. Listen, I can make this promise to you now. If Stod shows up to the Christmas dinner with a pot of sauce in his pocket, right? Like if he shows up to the Christmas dinner with like Chick-fil-A sauce in his pocket, I will leave. I will go home. I will leave them with the bill and I will go home. Whereas Stott these days, he's been having fun in Stalker 2, and quite frankly, good for him. Oh dear. The timing gods were not on my side in that last lobby. Tried to get my Lodi, guy sitting in a corner. Tried to land in the game, get sniped by a guy across the map. Timing gods were not in my favor that round. And that's good, is it? Yeah, need to get Stod back.
I'm hacking.
Yeah, Delta Force is on the horizon. I'm not really going to play it until it formally releases. There is like some early access content creator stuff, and I do have access to all of that. But yeah, we'll see in it. Like I do have access to all of the Delta Force stuff, but yeah, I don't. I just don't see the point until it formally releases, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like when everybody has Delta Force in their hands and everybody can play at the same time, I'm keen. Like I will stream it on December. Oh, not December 5th. Oh, that is problem. That is problem. We will see. I just remembered that they're releasing Delta Force on the same day as the new Zombies map. A little bit tricky. A little bit tricky. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I really want to just be able to play a big map round. I know obviously it's like only midday. God, it's really dark outside for midday. I'm really hoping we can get like an Urzikstan in. Because I don't really like Resurgence. Resurgence has never really been for me. I don't... Resurgence is just sweats. And it's like, it's people who like basically just play TDM. My controversial opinion, and I don't care if people dislike this opinion, I'll say it anyway. Call of Duty and Warzone generally would be better if Resurgence didn't exist. That's my hot 2 pence. My 2 cents opinion, boys. I wouldn't necessarily say it's better. You know, better is a very subjective word. I definitely prefer the visual clarity and performance of PC, but it's nice to be able to play console and just sort of like sit there and be like... It's nice to just sort of sit there and be like, I don't have to think about every kill. Because I think if you go back and watch yesterday's stream, and I think obviously yesterday's kind of an extreme example because it was genuinely that bad. And for those of you who haven't seen my video on Twitter, like, you go back through yesterday's stream and it's like every death, bar a handful. It's like, do I need to think about this one? Do I not? You know, you've got guys looking at you through walls. You've got guys who have aimbotted you. You've got guys who are just being blatant with. Like, we had like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 different deaths to just straight rage hackers yesterday. And it's just like, it's not... I don't know. It's just not fun, man. It's not fun. And then the problem is as well, is like, it does bleed into the rest of everything. Because it's like, you get to a point where you encounter so many cheaters and so many hackers that it's like, even if I was killed by just a fundamentally really good sniper or a really good play, my brain's instantly going to go, was that dodgy and do I need to think about it? Do you know what I mean? It's just because it's Resurgence, Tom Dev. I don't really play Resurgence. People play Resurgence really weirdly as well. And it's quads for the most part, or at least it has been quads for the most part. The one bonus of being able to play with crossplay off is that at worst, you'll run into the odd Cronus or Zim related user, assuming they haven't been banned or temp banned or whatever. And even then, like, even with input delay, chances are you'll piss on them. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, on PC, it's just like, the worst part about it is, like, look at it this way. Like, on PC, yesterday we were killed by probably nearly double digits, like, blatant rage hackers, right? Like really, really blatant rage hackers, right? And that's just the ones who are being obvious. So if there's like 4 or 5 guys straight rage hacking in a lobby, that doesn't account for the fact that there could probably be 6 to 10 more who aren't rage hacking, but probably might be walling and they're just keeping it really low key. So it's just mad, like, honestly. I would love to do the video, but I wouldn't do it just because I'd literally never be able to work with COD or by extension probably Xbox ever again. If somebody were to do a video where they went around Warzone with walls and they figured out if the people around them had walls, I guarantee you, and I put money on it, the number would be ridiculous. I've honestly been tempted to find out, like, I need to get somebody who's fluent in, like, Mandarin and Russian and join European lobbies and just type in chat. Type 1 if cheating and see how many people reply. Oh, dear. So, yeah, that's why we've been playing crossplay off. Well, the guy yesterday who said that he wasn't and has been adamant that he wasn't on Twitter, like, I don't care at this point. Like, maybe he isn't, maybe he is. I just don't give a toss. What I especially don't give a toss about is like self-important Warzone comp dons who have like 500 followers, bro. Like, they're the worst type of people in the scene. Like, these geezers will genuinely convince you like they're like nade shot incarnate and that you absolutely have to listen to everything they say. Like, I couldn't care less. Like, as I've just explained, like, there's a very good chance he probably was fine. And it's just the whole day we've been encountering them and it just felt weird. But I don't care. I'm not a COD dev. I don't own the game. I'm not going to apologize for Activision. The system itself needs reworking, and fuck me, I've made like 4 videos on that at this point. What we really need in the COD space, more than anything right now, is we need US creators to be far more vocal. Far more vocal. We need like big US I'm glad we've seen a bit more of it from Nadeshot, even Clayster, but we need way more of the US guys to be more conversational about it. We're trying Urzikstan. Urzikstan takes a little bit longer with crossplay off, or it might not find something at all, so we might have to go back to Area 99. We'll see. But we need NA creators and NA streamers to put pressure on COD, because otherwise things just won't change. They don't care about Europeans. Like, the really important thing right now is just to keep the noise and pressure up. Oh, apparently lots of people can't find games right now. This might not be just a cross-play off thing. I'm seeing like 3 or 4 people on my timeline say it. Yeah, I respect J God's opinion and people like Expel as well. I respect most people's opinions for the most part. Like, you know, I honestly think the biggest shame with the whole anti-cheat situation right now, and the reason why this one sucks is just like, I actually quite enjoy what's under the hood. Do you know what I mean? Like Black Ops 6 Warzone, like without any of the issues related to anti-cheat. He's actually a lot of fun, and I've had a lot of fun with it, especially when we've had clean lobbies against people. Like, it's been really enjoyable. It's just a shame. Like, it's just a horrific shame that like you have to go through so much to enjoy that experience, and it's kind of like a mixed bag as to whether or not you're going to get it. It's still like the best. It's still like the best mid-game BR, 100%. Like by quite a stretch. Like, no other BR comes close, in my opinion, in terms of supporting a fun and proactive mid-game. It's just a shame that we have so much to deal with. Like, it's just proper headspin. Like, the Warzone scene, both in terms of, like, content creation, in terms of competitive, although I don't think we should even talk about Warzone competitive at this point. Like, in terms of just everything, would be in a much better place if like the anti-cheat just worked. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have to be talking about it all the time. We wouldn't have to have all these clips online. We wouldn't have talented content creators constantly being accused of it, or talented comp players, and good God knows they do deal with it. You know, some of them do get shadowed, some of them don't get shadowed, depending on whether or not you have streamer modes and stuff like that. Like, the whole scene would just have such a health boost. Do you know what I mean? From all of that. Because the problem is you get a lot of people directing the energy at each other. You get lots of people being like, oh yeah, well, it's this guy's fault for so-and-so, or maybe this guy should have done this, or maybe you shouldn't be reporting this guy, or maybe you should, like, I don't know, stream a monitor camera of your whole desk. And it's like, no, we shouldn't really have to do any of that. It should all just be directed at everyone else. You know what I mean? It should all just be directed at the multi-billion-dollar corporations in charge of it. You know what I mean? But it's nice being back on console. I mean, granted, I'm not a Resurgence player, so I can't say these have been my most performant games. And also just getting used to general input latency going from PC to console is a stretch. But it's just nice to be able to appreciate good plays. You know what I mean? It's nice to be able to play a game and go, that guy's pissed on me. GG, like, is what it is.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Sniping is something that I'm going to have to spend a little while longer getting used to on console, I think. Because like I say, it's just that extra marginal input delay, and a lot of my snipes are very, like, fraction of a second kind of behaviors. I think it's just next level game sense. I wouldn't be worried about people like Metaphor, I'll say that much. Anybody who streams as religiously as somebody like Metaphor, where you can just constantly see their thought process happening in real time, wouldn't be worried about one bit. I mean, Z-Laner gets the same. People have been accusing Z-Laner of, like, extreme amounts of cheating for years now. But then, like, Z-Laner is also just really talented at any other shooter he touches, and people just don't really acknowledge that.
Resurgence. Survive the timer to secure redeployment. Earn points to speed.
Granted, I understand at this point everybody has suspicions, and I don't blame them with the way the game's been.
Enemy soldier incoming.
No way I've landed on a pistol, bro.
They've got a SAM turret online.
But it is a frustrating experience. I also understand people's frustrations with the shadow ban loop. I mean, I've made a video on it already talking about it. To me, it kind of reads as a system that's overly reliant on...
Hostile UAV in the area.
overly reliant on reporting systems. Did Z-Laner do terrible on land? Land's not a good reflection of it. Like, if you ask Z-Laner to play public lobbies on land, I'm sure his performance would be no different. The I gotcha that a lot of people go for whenever a content creator, like, doesn't do well is like, yeah, but they were so-and-so when they played a LAN tournament. It's like, yeah, because he's literally playing against other guys who are the best of the best, not Barry at home with his wang in his left hand and his headset half on. Do you know what I mean? Oh, that's so... Our COD timing gods are not on my side, bro. They're not on my side. Awful. Awful, 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 awful. COD timing gods are not on my side. I don't like Area 99, though. I will say that. I think they're actually kind of struggling with Area 99. I'm actually just going to let Urzikstan run for as long as it needs to. I actually think they're struggling with Area 99. And I think that they're struggling with it because you can see it already in them changing the player count. So they've changed the player count on Area 99. They've reduced some of the squads. And to me, that hasn't made a difference in how the map plays because the map just has no flow, right? And because the map has no flow, like, I don't think changing the player count is going to have any impact on that. I genuinely don't think it will. And I think they're going to struggle with that. Right. Let's do it again. We'll wait for hopefully Urzikstan to lock in. Little Q&A. Ask me anything. Ask me anything on the YouTubes. Come on. You know you want to. Ask me anything. Or on Twitch. You know, I'll answer questions on Twitch too. But officially ask me anything on the YouTubes because there's an official way of doing Q&As on YouTube and it's supposedly really cool. And you should also be liking the stream, you bastards. Do I play Clash of Clans? No, I do not. Does aim assist feel different on console versus PC? The values are the same, but like I mentioned, the input latency, that you're experiencing on console makes aim assist less effective. So tracking and like making micro adjustments because of that input latency is just like a different experience, I would say. Jesus Christ. Dweebs think I got shadow banned all the time because I cheat and that I don't play comp because my cheats get caught. I have a 2KD. Yeah, that's the problem with the shadow ban system, Jade. Like it's really awful. And like, look, I genuinely could not give any less of a toss about the comp scene for Warzone. I don't think Warzone's ready for competitive, and I think if you labeling yourself as a comp Warzone player, like in terms of importance, like there are Rocket League kids at home who are playing 3v3s who are more important, just because it's the infrastructure isn't there, the ecosystem isn't there, the anti-cheat isn't there, the funding isn't there. Like the COD comp scene just genuinely, well, it's dying a death and it will die a death eventually. But I do feel bad for some of them because they are constantly in this loop of just like, I can play, I can't play, I can play, I can't play, I can play, I can't play. You know, it's kind of a weird one. Favorite COD, and do you play COD Zombies sometimes? My favorite COD is probably Black Ops 2. In terms of just pure multiplayer, I'd probably say COD 4. In terms of the full package, I would say Black Ops 2. Do I play Zombies sometimes? Not at the moment, but I will when the new map comes out. What do you do for sound on console? I can show you what I do for sound on console, and it's slightly more complex than I think a lot of you will realize, but I'm just going to do it anyway, because why not? Let's open the old OBS. So what I do for sound on console, assuming my NDI source shows, let's have a look. So obviously I use an audio mixer, right? And what this means is that I route my audio in and out. So all I do is use default audio, but I still use something called a limiter. And a limiter basically just makes gunshot sounds not go too loud. So you can kind of see what that looks like. And it basically, like if I go into the firing range, obviously you guys can hear the audio. All this does is it takes audio past a certain threshold and mutes it. And I can do that on console as well because I'm using an audio mixer. So it's quite a handy feature to have. Let's keep scrolling through the old questions, shall we? Goodness gracious. How do you know if you're shadow banned? Go on callofduty.com/ban appeal. Are Aussie servers harder than Euro and US? I'm Aussie, by the way. Aussie servers definitely have like stricter SBMM. I don't think Australia has a casual player base anymore, if I'm honest. Hey, thank you for the partner anniversary. Congrats, Nezzy. I appreciate you. I think Aussie just has like a full, like, just no casual playlist left. You have to eat one of these for every meal for the rest of your life. Shortbread or carrot cake? It's got to be carrot cake. I mean, carrot cake is a crime, and so is shortbread. But, like, shortbread primarily gives you a really dry mouth. At least with carrot cake, you can kind of just firm the damage and accept that you're eating something awful. Do you know what I mean? I don't think you can do that without a PC. You would need some sort of audio input mixer. I'm just testing out console v console for now, FPS. We'll see how it goes. Have I purchased a cheat yet so I can keep up? Not yet. Not yet. Can't say it's on the agenda. Let's have a look. Do you think Call of Duty will sort out the current cheating situation anytime soon? Not really, no. I'll be honest with you. Like, I have no expectations of their anti-cheat anymore. Like, I just don't think it's going to be anything worth talking about. It's just one of those, man. Like, I don't see an end in sight for any of this. Is that an audio macro? No, it's called a VST. You can apply VSTs to audio tracks. I highly recommend people use Elgato software on PC. It's a great way to do audio balancing. Ooh. Will I play GTA 6 when it comes out? Yes. Will I stream it? Slightly different question, but probably yes. I don't think Call of Duty's anti-cheat situation gets better until they really, I don't know, until they do something new from the ground up, bro. Like, I just don't see it. I don't see how that improves, personally. Am I looking forward to Battlefield next year? Abso-bloody-lutely. Abso-bloody-lutely. I'm really, really looking forward to the next Battlefield game. It's just a different world, to be honest with you, with Battlefield. I mean, like, Battlefield don't have server issues, don't have audio issues, don't have desync issues. Like, the game, just from a fundamental basis, just works better than COD ever has. So I'm looking forward to that. That's what I'm looking for. Will there be Christmas games evening with members? Yes. So we do have one this Friday. We have a members games this Friday, and I think we're probably just going to do prop hunt, to be honest with you. I think we're probably going to do prop hunt. I don't know if we're going to get into an Urzikstan game, which is a little bit annoying, but we'll see. He is Z. Thank you very much for the 33 months. It really doesn't like it. Really, really doesn't like it when you turn crossplay off. Must be stressful as well. Sweating Warzone all day for your income, wondering if developers are going to drive everybody off it next week or not. Yes and no. Like, I honestly feel like I probably could just leave to a different game pretty unproblematically at this point. Like, I will be integrating a fair amount of Delta Force when it releases. The problem with Warzone is the eternal problem I've always faced is I just enjoy it. Warzone is fun. Like, Warzone is fun when it works. Which is why it's so frustrating when we have these situations, because it is a lot of fun when it works. Stod died to Jack in Delta Force today on stream. Nice. Goodness gracious. Warzone be that crazy ex-girlfriend like that. I don't know what crazy ex-girlfriends you've been getting into where you log in, but they sound more fun than mine. Oh dear. I think I'll just wait till it's slightly later in the day to try Urzikstan. I mean, we have been live for like 3 hours, to be fair. Thank you for the general Q&A questions, homies. I appreciate you. Yeah, Warzone's fun. Like, it's fun when it works, man. Like, and I do appreciate it for that, and I'm never gonna contest that. Like, Warzone, when it's at its peak, is just a good time. So, you know, I just wanted to get back to that, you know. Yeah, I'd say there's probably something a little bit scuffed with the matchmaking, Neil, but we'll see. Apparently, other people are having issues in different, like, with crossplay on, so it could just be that something's not quite working. I've got the fun job on Friday of picking out an OLED TV for my dad. He's finally decided he's due an upgrade. Nothing yet, BMOC. Just got a couple LG OLEDs this year. What a difference. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like, there's a couple of considerations. I still think the best OLEDs, personally, are the Sonys. I think Sony OLEDs are definitely, like, the A90s and stuff have always been really good. But they are very expensive for what they are. The LGs are obviously phenomenal. But the thing about most OLEDs, and this is the annoying thing, is like most OLEDs basically are all the same panel anyway. So most Sony, like that's like the thing. Sorry, my bad, chat. I just switched to the wrong input. I needed to get my audio software back across. Wilbur, thank you for the 4 day. I missed previous super chat on a last recorded video. I'll check it out. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Most OLEDs these days are all using the same panel anyway. So if I can find one that's like a lower price for him, because he doesn't use his like TV interface or anything, he uses an NVIDIA Shield Pro because I put him on the good source. So it will just be a case of like which OLED using an LG WOLED panel is rolling around cheapest at the minute, and just buy that basically. Because like the software and the interface basically don't matter. Because again, I've got him using the NVIDIA Shield Pro, so. Yeah, the NVIDIA Shield Pro is basically the best bit of kit that I've purchased, really. If you're a Plex server guy or anything, like they're just really handy. I fucking knew it. I've been shot from the right. I knew he was looking the other way. I was like to myself, if I turn around here. Oh my gosh. I knew it. If I try and bolt like that, he'd turn around and go, now I'm gonna start shooting at you. Goodness gracious. I sail the high seas on my shield? I don't know what you're talking about. How the game's been? They're a little bit different on console. I'm not really a Resurgence dude, so it's kind of hard to judge. Like, I generally dislike Resurgence for the most part anyway.
Enemy UAV is online. We've got gas moving in. Hostile UAV in the area.
Odd timing gods, be on my side. Is it just a case of being out jackaled here? I think it is just a case of being out jackaled there. You really do feel the desync even on console though, I will say that. In terms of like damage output, you really can feel it. And this is on a 21 ping server. Or allegedly a 21 ping server. Like even that guy's movement there where he just like got vaguely stuck on the thing and then it jarred off of it.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead.
One of the things I'd say I'm definitely struggling with the most on console is just seeing opponents out of my peripheral vision. Just because it is that much blurrier. Jesus Christ, there are 4 loadies here. Sweet hell is that?
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Man, you really feel the difference of having a jackal in your hands. How jarring is the input delay as a predominantly PC player? You get used to it after a couple of games, but it's definitely there. Like, you feel it. Like, shots like that for me would be substantially easier to hit on PC. What I do for work before content? Well, I was a student, obviously, for a long time, and then I worked at a school. And then I actually worked at Xbox for a little while. And then I got signed by Facebook Gaming. A second snipe was a bit nice. I ain't gonna lie. It was a bit naughty. Second snipe was quite tasty. What degree did I do at uni? Philosophy and politics. And then I did international security after that. That guy genuinely nearly put me in a TikTok. Fair play, bro. There was a very good chance I was about to lose that. I'm a spook. Not yet, I'm not. Better hope I ain't. I know what you weird Warzone geezers get up to. No, I'm kidding.
Surgeons is about to end. Make it
Once you get in the flow of things on Area 99, it's a nice map, but like I think regaining on this map is particularly quite painful.
An enemy squad marks you as a bounty target.
Gonna be this geezer, isn't it?
Got gas moving in.
Got a good shot on him, I'll give him that.
MTL expired.
Oh, I nearly bottled that. That's what I mean about those like adjustments on console. They're just so much more rattling.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal. Solid work evading the enemy. You're clear for now.
HDCP obviously isn't on K Jones, otherwise I wouldn't be able to capture card any of this. Desync is just like what happens in your client isn't the same as what happened on a server.
Intelligence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Supply crates to restock. Advise you to load up now.
Available for that soon.
Only 10 left. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Losing ground. Move it.
Mission timeline expired. UAV exited the AO.
A lot of people on this on the crossplay off servers like to actually creep locations a bit more, so I'm just being a bit more cautious about that. Like, they're not moving nearly as much as I am. All of the categories are superior on PC, Itachi, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad experience on PS5. Like, it's not perfect, but it's not bad either.
Overhead. Contract worth more than usual, so get it done, soldier. Gas is moving. You're in the top 5. Bring home the win. 5 squads still operational in the AO. Three squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
He's definitely under me. It's just figuring out where. Come on, Mr. Sunshine. Where are you? See what I mean about players creeping a bit more? Oh, cat says hello. Players really do creep just that little bit more. Like, they're not afraid to just slowly walk on a point. Do you know what I mean? I just jumped into him, Drew. I feel like I obviously felt like he was going to come up those stairs eventually, but like, I wasn't expecting him to be there at that exact moment. I just got quite lucky that my first shots were basically headshots because he was crouching. Big, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Thank you for all the good content. I feel like your channel is gaining momentum on this game. It's getting there. It's getting there. I'd like to, I don't think any of my videos have been inherently negative. I think a lot of them have been deep dives into things that are arguably quite controversial. I would like to angle it towards more like technical stuff. Hopefully we can do a bit more of that around ranked. I actually think ranked play is going to be a really big surprise for people because I do genuinely feel as though Big Map is playing a lot more like Verdansk. Yeah, pretty much sound. That's part of the equation. I'll never get my head around claw grip. It looks so uncomfortable. I just don't think about it, dude. Like, it doesn't feel uncomfortable to me. It also helps that my hands are absolutely ridiculous in size, so. That is part of the equation. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I tried to be pretty objective and state facts about like what's going on and try and like do deep dives into everything. You know, I think today's one should be quite interesting. Today's video is going to take me a while, to be honest with you, but we'll see how it goes. Oh. Is that my chat line? I use claw grip because my hands are massive. Yeah, that's telling ladies the first thing I want to grip is a controller. I'm sure really, you know, basement flooded, bro, instantly. I'm sure it really gets them every time. I'm sure they. Oh dear. Now we'll see how today's video does. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. I'm confident it'll be a decent video. If anybody's around at some point, I might need a bit of help with that. I want to record a couple of audio clips of like what the audio sounds like when somebody's just sprinting around you. Although I'll probably play a couple of solos with it on and with it off, and just that will be the crux of it. So we'll see. The last video I thought would do a little bit better than it did. For whatever reason, that one didn't slap as much. I think I know why, but Some of the likes on these videos are crazy. I mean, one of them from a couple weeks ago is on like 12,000 likes, which is obscene. In fact, the one video where I was going through like streamer settings on Warzone, that one video alone has gained me 5,000 subscribers, which is kind of insane when you think about it. Well, today's video is on like pay to win streamer audio. I call it pay to win just because a lot of people are actually paying for people to do these for you. Granted, people like Art is War, who's primarily the audio mix I'm looking at, actually show you how to do it for free. So, you know, I will obviously specify that in the video that he's, you know, I'm sure he has profited off of it, but he's not obviously gatekeeping any of this. Like, it's openly accessible. He's got a 40-minute long video on how to do it. But I just think it's an interesting video because, like, you know, it's ultimately a competitive advantage in Warzone. So, you know, how much of a competitive advantage are we talking? Or is it just not that useful?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I think it's probably just a miscommunication, Carl. Like, I don't think it's a deliberate attempt to let people use a gun early as some sort of pay-to-win thing. It just seems like a miscommunication on event timings.
Station's green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
Well, that's exactly what I'm aiming to do pretty much in this video, Center HD. So obviously keep an eye out for this video tonight. It's going to take me a while to edit and chop together. I probably won't have it up till about 6 o'clock.
Resurgence. Survive the time and to secure redeployment. Earn points to speed up the countdown.
What ends is man from? London, innit? The echoing of your own footsteps is atrocious. Yeah, it's probably my least liked thing about the general audio mix in this game right now. We're starting to smooth and groove a little bit more here, boys. I ain't gonna lie. I'm starting to feel a bit more clued up on this. I honestly think with Resurgence, it's more about staying alive than anything else in terms of, like, keeping your gameplay flow.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
That was a dead slide. This one guy really wants to live. Did my plate not apply there? Or did it reapply? I'd like to see it on his kill cam. My plate didn't apply. Damn.
Go into the ravine.
Yeah, this is the difficulty now when you're in these sort of like weird regain scenarios and it's like trying to figure out where you can land. Like that's why this is weird. Cause why am I playing against Tom Clancy, bro? That's why it's strange, man. Maybe the stim animation cancelled it? I don't know. Shouldn't have, really, because the animation looked like it had completed. If you have the ability to use VST, I recommend the UAD LA2A Silver. Try to make mine. Do you know, I'm going to copy that down because I do use VSTs. I actually do use VSTs. I'm willing to try another VST. Loud Max is okay, but it's very simple at what it does. So I will copy what you've just said. If the YouTube chat would be so as annoying as to not let me do that. Yeah, I mean, you know, I can't complain too much. It's just how people play the game, innit? And obviously people who play on crossplay off are so much more aware of the cheaters, and I think a lot of them, when they play crossplay off, because they've been so aware of the cheating situation that they've turned off crossplay, they naturally play a bit more passively. And that's not me shunning them. Like, I'm not saying they're bad because of that. I think that's just how it is. The animation of your plate completed and then you got skimmed, but no plate applied. Damn. That is annoying. The hardware version costs $3,000. Good God. That's mad, bro. $3,000 for a hardware limiter. Yeah, but you guys have to bear in mind that crossplay off at this time of day, the fact that I'm getting lobbies as fast as I am is probably a benefit. Like, it's 1:30 on a Wednesday. Most people are at work or at school. Like, the second it's 5 or 6 o'clock, like, it should be calm. Like, I'm confident I would probably get Urzikstan solo matches at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, easily. The hand-holding in crossplay off is relentless in quads. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm doing a bit more solos. Crossplay isn't bugged, Slickers. It's like you have to reset your app. You turn it off, and then you restart your game, and then it will stay off. Otherwise, it will keep turning itself back on. Which is today a new bug I learned about. So, you know, the more you know. And I don't think it's a bug, if I'm being honest. I think it's an accidental bug that they won't fix because it benefits them not to. I get solos and quads easily after 4 o'clock. Yeah, I figured that'd probably be the case. Once people are home from school. I mean, look at it this way, right? Like, if for those of you who are wondering if crossplay off isn't that mainstream, I have a group chat full of mates who like casually play COD from time to time. And I tried joining them the other week and they were like, no, we play crossplay off. And I'm like, what do you mean you lot play crossplay off? They're like, yeah, we just don't want to play against PC cheaters. And I was like, fair. Like, these guys don't even watch my videos, bro. Like, they don't watch any of my content. Like, they're just homies who I kick ball with and play FIFA with. Do you know what I mean? and all of them turn crossplay off. Like that's how much that conversation has permeated Warzone. Kitty. Hello, geeks. I know. Hello.
Get practice. The real thing comes.
Okay, apparently we want to sit. Interesting that the fact that the SM7B, that a lot of streamers use as the preferred microphone for deathmail. The more you know. The more you know. Crossplay off is a very different environment. But there are some good players in it. I mean, look at these guys. Darkman, Diamond. You know, these guys have been going ham in it. That is the whitest cat I've ever seen. Do I brush it with Colgate? No, she's just like that. I often refer to her as Ghost. The only kitty the big lad is handling today. Damn. That's cold. He's not wrong though. No. You think I'm leaving this desk? I've got videos to make, my boy. Oh, so inconvenient. I thought he was up top. I thought he was up top. How do I hold a controller? Carefully. Crossplay off is certainly an experience. I'll tell you that much. For fuck's sake.
Enemy soldier incoming.
It is allegedly partner anniversary day. Allegedly. And it goes how much to show how much of a good Twitch streamer I am that I never even knew that was a thing and have never paid attention to it before. Golly. Yeah, regaining on Area 99 is awful, bro. It is awful. I just want to play in Urzikstan. I know it's hard to get with crossplay off, but I just want to play in Urzikstan. Like, Area 99 is just so wank as a map. Like, it's just so bad. Come on. Tears in my eyes. Give me a crossplay off Urzikstan big map experience just once today. I know it's early in the day. I know the demons are elsewhere, but just give me one. I don't like Rebirth and I don't like Era. I don't like Resurgence. I think Resurgence is really boring personally. Spam join and leave on solo a couple of times. Interesting. Everyone with a PlayStation 5, cue Urzikstan solos right now. Right now. I've never been a Resurgence fan. You only woke up an hour ago. At 12:30. In the middle of the week. That's outrageous behavior. That's outrageous behavior. I was up at 8:30. Went to bed at 4 a.m. Good God, you really do operate in zombie hours. That's what you're doing. Come on. Give me a Battle Royale, solo Urzikstan on big map. Tears in my eyes, passion in my veins. It's the only thing I want to play. Give me something, bro. Give me something. I'm not having kids, Rex. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. I'm not having kids, bro. I'm not doing it. Not anytime soon. I'm telling you that much. The idea of being woken up before 8:30 or even 8 o'clock in the morning at this point sounds utterly horrific. Utterly horrific. I ain't spending any time on it. What were you doing that made you late? Utter woke nonsense. That's funny, man. Maybe it is utter woke nonsense. You know? The Sean Dyche meme, I've been reliably informed, is starting to transfer across the world. Window shopping cruises. Good God. All right, chat. Let's have a universal vote on this on Twitch and on YouTube. 1 in chat if cruises are good. 2 if nah. All right. I wake up at 6 a.m. every day on my own. Granted, I spent 9 years in the Navy, so I'm conditioned for that. That's wild, bro. I'm seeing a lot of 2s on YouTube. See a lot of 1s on Twitch. Black Friday sales? Is Black Friday just a scam? The other day I saw someone calling you Ed Sheeran from Wish Had Me Dying. Look, I'll give it credit, bro. Like, some of these dons have got some good roasts. I'll hold it. You know what I mean? 18 plus luxury cruises are a meta. Is there a cruise that's like 18 plus but under 50 as well? Otherwise, it's just going to feel like perpetually spending a trip with your nan. Do you know what I mean? I think I'd have to do it once. I'd have to do it once. Do you know what I mean? I can't cook it entirely because I'd have to try it at least once, I think. I can't roast it until I've done it. That's my rule of thumb. That's my 100% my rule of thumb. My rule of thumb is I can't roast something I haven't done. Right? I want to do the fjords. I really want to do the Norwegian fjords. I really do. Oh, man, they look good. Matures need loving. That is the most outrageous fucking sentence I've read today. That is, that's not good, my brother. Matures need loving. That's wild. Look, maybe I can fulfill my goals of like meeting a rich old lady who will fund my lifestyle. No, I'm kidding. You lot unhinged, bro. You're unhinged. That's what I'm hearing. I want to visit Cuba. I want to visit Cuba. Cuba's on my list. Cuba's on my list. Tokyo's on my list. I want to do a big trip at some point. I've done a lot of like weekendly trips recently. I want to do like a big trip soon. That's a woke nonsense, that. Oh, bro, what is wrong with this chat, bro? Like, oh, what do you mean olds can be freaks? Like, what is wrong with you people? Has anybody done like a bit of a rogue holiday? Like, has anybody done a like what they would classify as like mildly risky but like worth it? Because I would classify Cuba as maybe mildly risky but worth it, right? Like, I feel like Mexico maybe falls under that category too. Although I do have a degree in international security, so like maybe I'm just overly paying attention to things I probably shouldn't be paying attention to. Don't hate on the seniors. What is wrong with you lot? What's the riskiest holiday you've done? That's like, and I say risky in the sense of I'm a Western white boy and everything's scary. Not that that's the case for me. I've never I've never struggled traveling anyway. Rio is definitely up there, I would say. Rio's got to be up there. I'd actually say America, bro. I know it sounds bad, but like I've actually, there are times in the US where I felt less safe than I've felt in like objectively more questionable countries. Bro said Florida. Florida, you might be right. Bulgaria is very sketchy, and you're not the only person who's told me that. I've been told on a number of occasions that Bulgaria can be extremely sketchy. I've always wanted to visit Lebanon. One of my boys is Lebanese. Well, actually, a lot of my boys are Lebanese, but obviously, for obvious reasons, that has been off the agenda recently. I've thought about doing Saudi as well at some point. I think Mecca's fascinating. Like, I find the Middle East generally quite fascinating. It's just obviously a very challenging region to navigate, for various reasons. Like, I have no interest in religion generally. Like, generally speaking, no interest in religion for the most part. But I do find places that powerfully associated with it quite interesting. Car got broken into when I was in Vegas in the summer. Good God, that's bad. North Korea. I'm sure that'll be a good one. Nah, I've always said whenever I've gone to obviously I do have the phenomenal privilege of being a 6'3" white dude. Which basically means wherever I go, I'm usually not particularly challenged. But every time I've been to the US, it's been sketchy, bro. It's been so sketchy. I'm pretty sure I heard a shootout the last time I was in LA. Like the time before I was in LA, I saw like what seemed like an armed police chase. everything over there, and I'm not saying this to cook my Americans in chat. Everything over there just feels tense. Everywhere you go feels it's like a palpable tension in the air. And that's the only way I can describe it to people. The more remote areas of the US I've been to are a lot more calm and a lot more interesting. Like, you know, obviously a lot more relaxed. A lot of the, like, I've been to New York, I've been to LA, I've been to Florida, I've been to Michigan. Michigan was cool. I like Michigan. In the major cities in the United States, it just feels tense. I don't know how to describe it. But it's just it's a palpable tension that you don't get anywhere in Europe. And I think it's because, like, outside of major cities, people are obviously very friendly. Inside major cities, they're just not. People in major US cities are not friendly people. Like, I've been to some pretty sketchy places in my time. And, like, there are times in New York and LA where it just feels so sketchy. So sketchy. Like, I've lived in London for 20 years of my, well, more than, like, I'd say 20 years of my 26-year adult life. And I have never once felt the level of sketchiness that I felt in places like New York, LA. Like, it's a different world. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like being in London's, like, I don't know, chilling, like, in a park and everything's fine. Being in the US is like, that guy behind me, it looks like he's about to fucking shoot my head off. Like, that's the real sketchy part about LA. LA is the sketchiest location for that. And I'm not saying this as an attack on, obviously, people who are homeless, but, like, in most other major cities, especially in Europe, you obviously have pockets of, like, you know, poverty wherever you so happen to be, but it tends to be spread out across a fairly large metropolitan space. Like, you'll encounter a few homeless people in London here and there, and we obviously have stuff that deals with that, charities, hospices, etc. In LA, it's the only city I can think of in the world, except for, like, Delhi or, like, India, where, like, you'll have one road and it's like luxury shops and hotels, and the next road is literally a shanty town. And it's obviously very sad situations, and I'm not, you know, blaming those people. It's just there's no social net in the United States. It doesn't exist, which is why it happens. But it's madness. It's utter madness. Like, you know, I saw more homeless people in one day in LA than I've seen in anywhere in Europe throughout my entire adult life, like, combined, which is obscene. But yeah, it's a very, I don't know. The US is one of those where, like, I've only had a handful of trips to the US. Ironically, Florida was more relaxed. Florida and Michigan were definitely more easygoing trips, but LA and New York are not good places to be. Mid-sized cities like Nashville, well, you never know. Tennessee is appealing. I do like the Tennessee football team, so who knows? Like, I would say the best place I could describe it is, like, this is probably the best comparison I can give you. Whenever you go to countries like Thailand, countries that are obviously developing nations, or developed for the most part, but still have sketchy undertones to them. I mean, like, we recently had, like, a bunch of tourists die in Thailand. You tend to be on guard, right? You know what I mean? Like, you tend to be on guard. You get the same level of being on guard in the US in major cities. Like, that's the way I would describe it. Was it in Laos? I might be wrong. Go Vols indeed, man. Now, college football is definitely. I definitely would like to do some college football tourism at some point. I'd like to go to a Penn State whiteout game. That would be cool. I'd like to do. I'd like to do. Well, I'd like to do Penn State. I think I'd like to do a Texas Longhorns game. Maybe LSU, but. An Alabama game would be good. Maybe even a Georgia game, but I definitely want to do a Penn State whiteout game. Definitely want to do a Penn State game. I've got a lot of friends who are Penn State fans, so. Maybe a bowl game at some point as well, you know what I mean? It's weird with the whole like college realignments and stuff. Like, especially in the SEC, the Big Ten, stuff like that. Like, everything just feels a bit upside down right now with college football, but. USC and the Big Ten feels wrong. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, it just feels a bit. It just feels a bit jumbled. You know what I mean? Like, it's. Like, obviously, like, you look at some of the teams in college football right now, and you're like, your record this year isn't as good as it used to have been. But, like, it's also just the scheduling is weird. Do you know what I mean? Like, and the people they're facing are weird. So, like, you know, you've got Alabama who are 13th, but they're 8-3. Do you know what I mean? And then you've got teams like Oklahoma who are like surprisingly, they're 6-5, so they're obviously not having a great season, but they're also beating really good teams who are supposed to theoretically be ranked higher than them. You know, you've got teams like Kentucky who are like surprisingly good against, who were surprisingly good against Texas on the weekend, if I recall correctly. There's just loads, man. Like, it's just a weird schedule this year. I watched Florida versus Ole Miss at the weekend, which is fun. I wouldn't really say so, to be honest with you, Serge. Like, people liking stuff like college football in the NFL is definitely still a developing thing. Like, regular football, what some of you would call soccer, is definitely, well, I mean, it is the biggest sport on the planet. And it is intrinsic to culture here. Everybody supports a Premier League team, or a Championship team, or a League One team, or a local team. Like, it's. But yeah, I watched Ole Miss versus Florida at the weekend, and good God, Jackson Dart is absolutely horrific. He's so bad. Like, I don't know why. Like, some of these college quarterbacks, I look at them and I think, how did you get?
Resurgence. Stay alive till time expires to secure redeployment. More points you earn, the faster that clock ticks.
I'm gonna chill here for a second. Garnacho Ballon d'Or. Yeah, sure. I might win it this year too. I will say this, for those of you who are obviously watching, the regular football, is it just me or is the Champions League kind of boring now? I don't think I like the new format.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Hostile UAV in the area.
Like, is Champions League football just less interesting because of the new format, or is it because I'm being a salty Don that my team isn't in it? Why are you chasing me? There's like 3 dudes in the room.
They've got a SAM turret online. Enemy UAV overhead. Gas is inbound. Enemy soldier incoming.
Yeah, for me it's kind of an intensity thing. I don't know, it doesn't feel the same. I don't know, it just doesn't, like, Champions League fixtures just don't ooze the same quality that they used to, I think. Oh, the audio on that was really clear for him. Fair play.
Well done. You've got a loadout drop. Enemies are dropping into the area. PR inbound. Under fire!
Very inconvenient time. I'll tell you what, audio isn't that bad. I mean, I obviously am still using my limiter. Which is definitely helping the equation, but...
Activating portable radar.
I actually haven't even been under here once. The whole time this game's been out. Which I think says something.
UAV overhead.
What threshold did I set my limiter to? Oh, I don't even know. I'd have to double check for you. I probably need to tinker with that at some point, to be fair, because I bet you the audio balance has changed on that front.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Gas closing in.
The mixer that I use for audio routing for streaming and stuff lets me have line-ins and stuff. So I've lined in the audio from the console and I'm using a limiter on it. So it supports VSTs, basically, Juice. Nuclear safety compromised. I'm sounding like the whole of Eastern Europe right now. If you can't laugh at living through historical events, what will you do? Cry?
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Fire
The
sale
blood
back.
splatter on that,
Fire station prices
and I didn't
are
get...
extra valuable opportunity here. Don't miss your shot.
Getting a blood splatter on that did not get a hit
UAV
marker.
overhead.
Heartbreaking, bro. Is everybody hydrated? Are we feeling hydrated?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Surgeon's window is ending. Watch your six. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area.
There's probably someone under me. Bro, this is wild.
Got gas moving in.
I just like the speed of the frost line, Dubs. I've so unlucky there. I've shot a bloody railing. I shoot a railing. He shoots clean through the railing. GG, bro.
Over. Adjusting.
Pure RNG. Pure RNG, bro.
Right engine. You're redeploying.
Oh, for fuck's sake, bro.
25 was
I fucking hate dudes who just... This is why I don't like Resurgence. Like, Resurgence is so arse for that. Like, all Resurgence is just dudes sitting on the same spot for hours, hours on hours, bro. I don't know how people play it, man. Just get me into Big Map, please. I want to play something that requires an ounce of thinking. It's a hard life. A bloody hard life. That's what Resurgence is. Oh, I would love to play an Urzikstan solos, man. Would love to play an Urzikstan solos, even if it's just one, you know? Apparently there's a big wave of, like, general... YouTube compromises going on right now. Oh. Yeesh. My arms hurt. It's kind of annoying. You know that bit, like, right in between? Like, on your elbow? That bad boy right now is in pain. You know, if they're working on free subs for premium subs, it's something that has been brought up a couple of times to YouTube. Let me give this one more spin of the ball on Urzikstan. And then I need to go make some videos, boys. I need to go make some videos. Need to be a good little YouTuber and produce my content. Do your knuckles not ache or anything? It just looks uncomfortable. I don't think about it, honestly. I've had so many questions about this. All right, let me. This is a 330 milliliter can of drink, like a normal standard size can. This is the size of my hand. All right, like my hand's not a problem. All right, this is a regular size PlayStation 5 controller. All right, the same one that you have at home. So when I play Claw, I'm barely moving, and there's no travel distance here. If I wanted to, you couldn't see this controller. What's it in ounces isn't a fucking real measurement. Let's be real. All right, I'm not gonna tell you what it is in ounces. We use the metric system. Milliliters and liters. Not fluid ounces. Outrageous. My favorite thing ever, though, there was a dude who thought FLOZ meant Florida ounces. How tall am I? I'm 6'3". See, I fuck with you there because I said we use the metric system, and then I told you I'm 6'3". It's really funny because obviously, as Brits, we kind of have a mashup system where like a lot of us will use. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. We use kilometers. So, right. Let me explain. This is why our country's backward. All right, this is why the UK's strange. If it's liquid, we use milliliters and liters, right? We occasionally use miles, but most of us use kilometers now. We sometimes use pints for a drink, all right? And we do use feet, all right? The educated among us, people who are under 30, almost all of us permanently use the metric system, except for a pint. A pint of beer is a pint of beer, and that's how it should stay, all right? I don't need to call it fucking whatever it is, 666 milliliters or whatever, all right? But for whatever reason in this country, whenever it comes to height, we will use feet. And when it comes to weight, we'll probably still use kilos. We're a very strange country. We're kind of the hybrid. But obviously, everyone else in Europe is full metric. So, like, we don't use pounds or stone in the gym. We use kilos. So I wouldn't say I've benched 220 pounds. I'd say I'm benching 100 kilos. Yeah, we fill up our cars in liters, but measure efficiency as miles per gallon. Welcome to the United Kingdom. When the old people die, we'll be able to fix all of this. No, anybody who uses Fahrenheit's just a wrong'un. All right, it's always Celsius. We don't use Fahrenheit. Disgusting. Only the olds use Fahrenheit. We're very good at conversions. We're very good at conversions. The temperature there right now, well, it's currently 6 Celsius. So I don't know what that is in freedom units, but it's chilly, you know? Double up. Wear some warm clothes. You don't want the tatties outside in the cold, I'll tell you that much. It has been getting pretty cold in Europe, though, generally. In which case, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the German, listen, German efficiency, you know what I mean? Why solo Urzikstan and no-go? Because we're playing crossplay off, I'll probably be able to do solo Urzikstan sort of after 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon when everybody's home. But because it's not peak hours, there aren't that many people, because obviously it's crossplay off, so it's only the Giga Sweats who are at home. Yeah. Playing, I don't know. Like, if you play from 4 PM onwards, you will have no trouble with crossplay off in any mode on anything. But it's only Resurgence that feels sort of pre-4 PM. Why? Because for some reason you god-awful people like Resurgence. The one weird thing I'll say about this setup, so basically, because I'm lining in my audio, the next video is today, Nemo. Because I'm lining in my audio from my console to my mixer using 3.5mm jacks, every once in a while, I'll hear a little bit of interference, and I swear to God, it's the PlayStation thinking. I obviously know there's technical terms for that, like something ramping up and down, specifically power delivery. Ramping up and down, which is why the interference occurs. But I swear to God, it's hilarious. Like, I'll hear like a little high-pitched wee, and then it's like, yep, PlayStation's done thinking, guys.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
It's been a lovely time for him. I mean, we've been locked in today. We've done about 4 hours of crossplay off streaming. I'm happy with it. Apparently, it's my partner anniversary, whatever that fucking means. I don't know. Cheers, Twitch. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I'm sorry. I'm a YouTube streamer, which is just my side piece. A couple of you on Twitch are alright. That's why I keep you around.
You'll earn more bucks for your bang.
Get the eyes in the sky.
Oh, it's an SVD. I thought it was a one-shot.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV online.
I knew I lost the second he fired the SMG there. You got the booty. You thought you were him, bruh. You thought you were him. Bro got it flipped on him. Oh dear. Bro was trying to give me that dumpy. Fair play, just pissed on me though. I need to stop challenging things with AKs. Funny though. Bro did have the buns, let's be real. Let's keep it 100. He definitely had the buoy. Wait, what? Oh god, right. Sorry, it said I died to the same guy. I was like, how the hell did he get to the other side of the map? And that's the Area 99 experience, folks. And that's why we don't play Rebirth. Why? Because I'll say it here and I'll say it again now. Rebirth is fucking wank. All right? Resurgence, Rebirth, whatever you want to call it, it's a shit mode. That's me keeping it 100 with you today. But look, folks, we're gonna call it GH there. I've got a funny little video to edit on audio, so that's gonna take up a bit of my sweet time. I also need to go gym because apparently serotonin in my brain can't function unless I lift something heavy. Fuck knows why at this point. That's just how we are. That's how we operate. So thank you very much for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Wherever you happen to be watching, it's been lovely, wonderful, fabulous. And we will get that video out today. So keep an eye out for that. It's a video on audio setups, on streaming audio, on like competitive advantages, all that jazz, all the general shaggery. And it'll be lovely. I'm sure it'll be a lovely time. It'll be a fabulous time. But until next time, which is tomorrow, we'll be skedaddling. So good to see you. Adios.